And we are live. And this is episode 3, not episode 4, which was incorrectly advertised on Facebook. Typo, sorry. Yeah, this is episode 3 of the Football for Thought podcast. My name is Nippon, and today I am joined by Niall and Chloe. Brad, how are we doing?
I was doing all right until my phone decided it didn't want to do what I was asking it.
What, your phone decided to die on you?
Oh, no, my phone just... I was, as soon as you asked if we were ready to go live, my phone went, no, we're not. And just closed everything down, all my apps and everything. So,
you know what? That's actually happened to me mid-stream. Like, I was literally hosting a stream once. Like, there was a Chelsea preview a few months ago. Like, I was mid-stream talking to the guest, and then StreamYard just kicked me out.
You can never trust technology at the best of times, let alone when you try and do it off a phone.
Yeah, look, I'm using my laptop though, and you will not see me going to any football matches today. I'm in host mode, so I'm not doing anything today. So, like we do in every single podcast, every Sunday, we're going to review how well each teams did throughout the week. Niall, we'll start. We're going to go from. I'm going to start with Niall, and then we're going to end with myself. So, Niall, how do you see Motherwell doing so far this week?
Sat in fourth in the league, but they've not played for like 3 weeks because Scottish football are currently on a 3-week winter break.
Sorry, what was I couldn't hear you quite well.
Basically, Scottish football is on a 3-week winter break, and my team are sitting like fourth in the SPL. Doing really well.
I'm not going to say much about, since you follow United through your family, how do you feel your English team are doing?
Like, hitting a miss because like they drew to each with Aston Villa and they beat Villa in the FA Cup, which was like wasn't deserved because Villa get two goals chopped off the VAR.
And Brad, how do you feel Leicester City are doing?
Something that's been common theme for my team at the moment, Leicester, is we had a pretty indifferent start and we haven't really been able to kind of click it into gear. You know, like everybody, we've had our injury issues and, you know, and postponements and everything that's changed it. But what's really pleased me over the last 3 or 4 games when we've been able to play is we've been able to find that rhythm again. All it took was deciding not to zone or mark and actually man mark players like we should be doing all along. And we sorted our defensive issues out. Well, touch wood, that's the defensive issues sorted. And we just started to turn that corner. Kind of, I've been saying, obviously, anyone who's suffering with COVID, I hope they have a speedy recovery. But I think we're one of the few teams that just got on with it. Didn't really complain. Didn't make clip-clop excuses about the grass being too wet or the wind being too strong. And, you know, because we've now had... I mean, I find it ridiculous that we had Everton and the Burnley game rearranged when our squad was down to 8 members, as it was. You know, unlike certain teams that loaned out players and gave back false positives, we're not blagging our way typing players. We literally had 8 players available. And we've kind of had them games postponed again, which was good in a way because I don't think a team that carries on and doesn't, you know, and gets their head down and doesn't moan should then be forced, we would have been forced to potentially have played 4 games in 7 days, which I thought was ridiculous. And we've got some players starting to come back now. So I'm hoping that when we do get a game, whenever it is, whether it's Tottenham in midweek or whatever, that we can continue our run, because we was on a good run. I think we'd won two games in a row, which might not sound like much, but trust me, with Leicester this season, it's a start, hopefully. So hopefully we get there in a couple of weeks where we're expecting to be. right now, I'm content with where we are and how we're doing.
100. Arsenal, take note, by the way. And Liverpool. And Chloe, how do you feel Brighton have done so far this week?
Well, we drew to our fierce rivals, which was honestly a bit disappointing because we dominated the entire game. We just could not get that bloody ball in the back of the net. And even in the end, it was an own goal that saw us equalise. So, yeah, that was a bit disappointing. We really just didn't take our chances in that game. We had a penalty, and I think if we had scored that, then we would have gone on to win the game. But obviously, we didn't. Yeah, like you were saying about the postponements, Brighton haven't had any games postponed because of us. We had our games against Spurs and United postponed because they didn't have enough players, supposedly. But I remember we wanted our game against Wolves postponed, and I didn't think we would get it done because we had more injuries than players out with COVID. We had like 6, 7 injuries and then like 4 out with COVID. And now all of a sudden it's like any reason these players are out. I saw some lists and it was like Arsenal have like one player that actually has COVID and the rest are out at AFCON or injured or suspended. And it's like that shouldn't really count, should it? COVID is exceptional circumstances, but anything else is...
They're using this
part
as
of
an
the game,
excuse
surely.
because they have a depleted squad. I am sure of it.
Didn't they get rid of 2 players as well? Haven't they got like players out on loan? Surely there should be things where
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
go.
rid of Maitland-Niles and Ballot. They've just modded themselves because they think they're being smart. By
Well, they are. They're classed as their Sky's
think-
favourite love child.
No. Mikel Arteta has... Look, this is basically going to be either Arsenal's masterclass or their biggest own goal because they will have some of their players back, but Spurs will have most of their first team players back for the rearranged North London derby fixture. Will be back as their first choice defender. So will Eric Dyer and Son and Sergio Reguilon. They will all feature in that rearranged fixture.
Thing is with Liverpool as well, having like 13 false positives or something, and that's just like it's almost impossible for that to actually happen statistically.
And the thing I don't get, the thing that
how have they gotten away with that?
The thing that pisses me off about
Arsenal, it's exactly how they've got away with it. They've got a stock exchange ownership in the Premier League. We all know them 6 clubs are well protected. Let's face it. If that was Leicester or Burnley or Brighton turning back 13 false positives, there'd be an investigation, there'd be a fine, they'd be demanding points docking, they'd be kicking us out of Europe, they'd be doing everything to clubs like that. But because it's them and these owners, I mean, bearing in mind, we're talking about the same sort of clubs that instantly wanted to join the elite Super League. Look how well that worked out for them. But yet we're still giving them an easier, lenient ride. It's ridiculous.
Hanif, I've sent you the link. Jump on. But yeah, I agree. I mean, like, look, I know a lot of Arsenal fans will throw salt at me, but I stand by this. Same old Arsenal, always cheating.
I remember seeing that when we played them in the cup when we were in the championship. I don't think we played them in ages, but for some reason when we played them, it's yeah.
Was this before you got into the Premier League by any chance?
Yeah. That was in God knows, it was ages ago. But I remember we beat Newcastle in the round before, and then we had Arsenal at home. It was a good game, even though we lost.
Did you beat them?
No, we lost 3-2.
Oh, you didn't have the Forest magic. Oh, I thought you were going to tell us you joined the Forest club and beat them in the cup.
Oh God, I was so happy about that result. Arsenal getting knocked out by Forest. Yep, let's go. Indeed. Yeah. So Now, first topic of discussion, the North London derby getting cancelled. Niall, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on it?
I saw that Arsenal were making excuses about it because they've got players out and things like that. And they were like...
Oh, sorry, you haven't finished, Niall. Sorry, my bad.
That's all right. You had these Arsenal fans just making excuses, just blaming everybody else but themselves, blah, blah, blah. And because I think Arsenal had players out, if I'm right.
Brad?
To be honest with you, I don't really say this often, but I do sympathise with Spurs fans because I know a fair few that were, strangely enough, friends with me after we beat them to the league title. But hey ho, they were actually really annoyed. They saw it coming. They was like, Arsenal just loan players out. Xhaka's got sent off, and he's done that. This North London derby, they're going to be, and you know, it was them. And this is what I don't get. If that was my club, right, and I have more respect, no matter my stance on or my opinion of your club, I have more respect for fans that come out and go, look, our club's not using this right. It does seem a bit sus. I mean, why are we loaning players out in COVID when we need these players? We want to play a North London derby. This is probably our, because Arsenal aren't in too shabby a form, really, are they? They've been every thought the wheel was going to come off when they played certain teams, but they kept picking up wins, and they're in that place where they're expected to be with no European football this season. They're
capitulated against Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, but they do that every time. When the last time they won it, they capitulated against Forest, so that was funny. So they always lose to Forest in the third round. It's their tradition, mate. That's their FA Cup tradition.
Look, Arsenal are always the club that keep on giving at the end of the day.
Yeah, they are. They're very good spirits in giving everybody a bit.
Charity FC. You haven't won in you haven't won in 15 games? Come play Arsenal.
Sort your form right out.
Hasn't scored. Your star player is having a goal drought. Come play Arsenal.
Yeah, haven't won at the Emirates in 40 years. Trust Arteta. That's what we did. We went there and Arteta. We won for the first time in like 40 years at the Emirates, or something ridiculous like that. It's all the Arteta process, mate. Just buy into that, get your club discount, you're fine. But yeah, Arsenal are the ones that really seem to edge and push towards this.
This is basically what the Emirates has become. Just look at the private chat. You get it, 3 points.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's catchy.
Yep. Look. This has actually been at some point. This has actually been the case with both the red, the white, and the blue side of London. At one point, we were all 3 points for all. Like we were all at one point. Chelsea, our own fans started calling us Stamford Buffet because at one point we became an all-you-can-eat buffet. And then the Tottenham fans nicknamed their own stadium 3 Point Lane.
Sounds like a common London thing.
Yeah, and then obviously I just came up with that nickname for Arsenal Stadium. But yeah. So, Chloe, what are your thoughts on Arsenal cancelling the North London derby?
I think it's ridiculous, to be honest. Like in the early sort of days, I swear injuries weren't an excuse to get it postponed. It's like they've suddenly got this thing where injuries count towards it as well. And I don't know. And they've got players at AFCON, players out on loan. And also Burnley had their game postponed as well, didn't they? Because they haven't got enough players. They literally just sold a player, and now suddenly they haven't got enough players. You shouldn't have sold him then. It's just, I don't know.
Look.
I mean.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, like they might have not had enough anyway, but it's just like, it's just ridiculous sometimes because
To be fair to Burnley, they were against us. It was actually us that asked for the request because we only had 8. Yeah. Although Burnley might have fallen into it with Wood being gone as well, but originally it was us.
That's why yeah, well, I thought I saw that they'd asked for it, but maybe it was a mutual thing anyway.
Possibly. I just know that we definitely asked for it because we had 8 going into the FA Cup game, and we had 2 players that hadn't recovered.
Obviously, we've got you next Sunday. Is it next Sunday, the 23rd?
Yes. 4 o'clock, I believe. Yes, 4 o'clock.
Chances of that going ahead?
Well, like I said backstage, and that the thing that's happened in kind of the blessing in disguise of getting both Everton and Burnley put back again is JJ's been having to get under 23 action, so he's getting more and more up to his match fit. Fafana's back training, although he's probably still a couple of weeks away. I don't think he'll be anywhere near the team come that day. But we had a few niggly injuries from like the likes of Dewsbury Hall, Castagne, and Daka. I reckon by the time we come to them, I'm more confident of that than I am Spurs. I still think the Spurs game in midweek could be under threat. I'm sure they'll find a way to wiggle out of it. I mean, Harry Kane not playing doesn't count as an injury, apparently, so they'll find a way to do something to get their numbers down. But I think by Burnley, that might be Burnley. I keep calling you Burnley, it's insulting to you. I'm sorry, Chloe. Brighton. I think we should have more than enough to meet all the regulations because we only had about 2 or 3 COVID cases and they've now isolated for the time period as well. So we're actually looking in a lot better shape come that game. So I see that one going ahead definitely.
Okay.
Against you on Sunday. Yeah, just to
get halfway up there and then see that bloody game's been postponed.
It's 4 o'clock on a Sunday, isn't it? How long would it take to travel down? What time do you set off for that? Because it's at the King Power.
It is in the morning. I can't remember what time. I have checked. Because I'm getting the coach. I swear it's like 8 or something. But then they do like to get there ridiculously early.
Yeah, the coach.
Is it 4 o'clock? I thought it was 2 o'clock. Could be wrong.
Might be. I know it's one of them 2 times on a Sunday usually. Might even be 2. You could be right. So it's not even like you can chance it with the travel, is it? And just set up like an hour later and get down there if you're on the club coach.
Because I get the coach, so it's just whenever they leave really.
Sorry about the bit of screen shuffle. I was just putting each guest in order of the club of alphabetical order. So yeah, I was just going which.
I'm number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, Chloe sat there on the top, nipping in the middle.
Yeah.
I like being on top.
Beneath. We were just discussing the North London.
Chloe! Oh, you just no, you didn't know. That's one of them sentences you need to think through.
Chloe, you're welcome.
What just happened?
I didn't think it through.
Chloe did not think through a sentence, Nippon. That's
Chloe's sentence was very interesting. She's flirting with everyone. She was flirting with Twitter the other day. I told her to behave herself.
Who?
You?
Who was I supposedly flirting with? I'm always getting told I'm flirting with people. It's because I'm a Libra, I swear.
Oh God! Now we're getting into star signs.
Right.
Sorry, back on topic. Back onto.
Yeah.
We were discussing the North London derby being cancelled. What are your thoughts on it?
It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. I don't agree with it. What are the rules and regulations in terms of these players going away, getting injured, COVID? What is the number? And
13.
I don't blame the clubs. They're just taking advantage of it. As a Chelsea fan, I'm absolutely miffed that we're not taking advantage of it because it's affected our performances throughout the Christmas period. But at the end of the day, I think Tottenham would have won that game. I really think Spurs would have won that game purely because Arsenal
would win that game regardless.
No, not once Arsenal are full strength. I don't think Tottenham's team's that good. We played them. And
come on, but look, and then again, it's Arsenal. If you wanna find your form again, play Arsenal.
Nah, they're a different team, Nippon. I have to even listen, Nipper. Look, as a Chelsea fan, look, we do not play. I think Arteta plays better ball than us. Brighton play better ball than us.
I still don't fear Arsenal.
You know,
I still don't fear
yeah,
Arsenal.
but I'm not saying we have to fear them in terms of results, right? We are a team that gets good results, but we are a team that plays dead football. We played dead football yesterday. They were dead. This is why I watch other teams play attacking football, the teams like Brighton and so. And you know what? We're in for a game on Tuesday night. I tell you that much. I'm afraid because these guys have been
positive teams like Brighton. Because people are always like, oh, we should be beating
No, but
teams
Chloe,
like Brighton.
no, but Chloe,
Oh,
I've been bigging up Brighton for the last 3-4 years, and you guys play wicked football. Honestly, I respect Graham Potter. If you guys, I don't think you'll be able to keep him. I think bigger clubs are going to come calling eventually, but I am worried because last season we played you at Brighton. I think it was either a draw or we stole a 1-0 win. And to be fair, you guys should have won that game.
To be fair, though, Chelsea just don't like to take playing teams in blue. I still remember you getting absolutely spanked by Bournemouth. So I just think it's a letter B you're accursed to. That might be it as well.
It's just the way we set up. Listen, look, the thing about Chelsea is it's about results, and I get it.
Yeah.
But sometimes we just play dead football.
You know, I still think Spurs will win the North London derby because
I don't know. I don't know about that.
It's at their ground, and Arsenal.
I don't think that'll matter. They're not that good.
If Spurs win it, they'll be asking the FA for a trophy for it.
No, the thing is, look, their record, no matter how shit they are, Arsenal's record at White Hart Lane is shambolic. Honestly.
Sure. Can I also say, have you seen how the table has panned out? Spurs have got 4 games in hand compared to Chelsea, and if they win all of them, I think they're on level points with us.
They ain't gonna do that, mate. I'd rather have points on the board. I've always said that about games and that. Because
I know what you mean, but they've got a word. The thing is, it depends if they buy, and if they do, I don't think they will. But you never know with Daniel Levy and co. They might get someone for Conte because obviously he's not happy with the rubbish he's got. But I don't think the game should have been postponed. But Arsenal are just doing what Arsenal are just adhering to the rules, and I just think at the end of the day, I would have got one or two of Chelsea's game postponed if I could. But I think some clubs, like Liverpool, who came out earlier this month asking for a postponement and they got it. But there's rumors about whether they had enough COVID cases or not. So I think every club's. How do you prove it? That's what I want to know. You've got. How do you prove that your players have got? You've got so many players that have got COVID. How do you prove that? I don't know, but.
Like a lateral test, I'm
guessing. Yeah, no, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is who's passing the results on to the Premier League. How do you actually know who's recording all of this? You're telling me someone's actually gone down and checked on these players? I don't think so. I think the Premier League are just it's a joke and a farce. I think some clubs have benefited, like Arsenal, and there are other clubs that have not benefited at all. And it's not fair.
I still don't fear Arsenal, despite how bad we're playing. I still don't fear Arsenal, honestly.
It's not about fearing Arsenal. It's about fairness at the end of the day. And
it should be used rightly, not as an advantage. Them clubs shouldn't be using COVID and going, yes, right, okay. We had a few tests, we can just send them off and say they're from yesterday or something. It's just ridiculous.
Klopp and Pep, since their arrival, haven't liked the Christmas period, and I thought since COVID happened, I thought we would have gone to playing like twice a week, like how they do, one of the Premier League clubs in Europe, play midweek and then play on Saturday or Sunday. I think that made more sense. But playing every 3 days, I think it just made things worse. So it kind of tells you that where the priorities are for the Premier League. Maybe because the rights were with Amazon and they paid so much money for those rights. And I hope they actually come into this space as well. I think they'll change the game if Amazon or Netflix come in. But in terms of the North London derby, I think Spurs will edge it, but I just don't. But don't underestimate Arsenal. They've got a very good young team.
Look, I don't think Spurs will underestimate Arsenal. They know what this fixture means to them.
Conte won't. Conte won't allow them to.
Look, I don't. Look, Conte is winning against. Look, if it was Nuno, I would say nah, maybe Arsenal could edge it, but not under Conte.
I guess we'll have to wait and
Conte's
see.
got
They're
Plus
suffering
Arsenal's
injuries,
record
aren't they?
and White
They're
Hart
suffering
Lane.
injuries, aren't they? It's so I know Son's out for a while. I don't know when he's back.
Son will be back for the rearranged fixture.
When is it? When has it been rearranged?
Not sure.
Not sure,
Not been
but
given a
he
date
will
yet.
be back for it.
And I got here's something as well, right? Considering the fact that our last two games are already previous postponed games before, so this is the second time now we're gonna have to get these games arranged, right? We had our games, and I know I said this backstage, right? We had our games rearranged, where potentially we would have played in the cup, played on a Tuesday night, played on a Saturday, and then be playing this Wednesday, and then be playing this Wednesday and again Saturday, right? That would be to squeeze in our only two postponed games. I guarantee you the North London derby will be in the most peaceful week ever. I guarantee you that North London derby will be, they will judge it. They will wait for either both of them to be at the FA Cup and play it on the FA Cup weekend, or it'll be when there's barely any fixtures and it won't congest the fixture list. It'll be so convenient for them. That's what's really going to piss me off when I see the release date and it's got like a 2-week gap between them, because you can guarantee it's going to happen. Guarantee they'll get it.
Look, as a Chelsea fan, I would love nothing more than to see Tottenham living daylights out of Arsenal. Look, their fan base has gotten so arrogant. It's a joke.
Whose fan base? Who are you talking about, Nipper? Now?
Arsenal. Look, I'm sorry. Look, where was that? Look, these are the same Arsenal fans who were calling Jurgen Klopp a cheat for cancelling the Liverpool game. And now these same Arsenal fans are cheering the fact that the game's cancelled. They don't realise that Spurs will have a near enough full-strength team when the rearranged fixture will be played. Honestly.
Niall, who do you support?
Motherwell in Scotland, and I've got a family connection with Man United.
All right.
So Motherwell and United, Hanif.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. And Scotland national team.
Oh, you support Arsenal?
No chance.
All right, you say Man United, sorry.
Yeah.
You guys looked all right first 45 yesterday. You looked really good, to be fair. That Ilanga was good.
I thought Ilanga played really well.
Yeah, I thought he was fantastic, to be fair. It's a shame. I think he got injured, but he looked really good, to be fair to him. Yeah, he looked all right yesterday. Lot of. Did you see the Martial Twitter account? Instagram message.
Sorry?
Did you see Martial's message?
I can't actually remember, but I think I might have seen it on social media.
Didn't he come out?
Yeah, Ralph basically lied. Yeah, Ralph lied. Saying he didn't want to play for United.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Sorry, I can't see it. I can't remember what it said.
Chelsea, mate. Chelsea. I'm a blue. Might get spanked on Tuesday night. Chloe's gonna be smiling. I'm not looking forward to that on Tuesday night, Brian.
Don't often say this, but it would be funny to see a Brighton win.
You know, if Brighton beat Chelsea, it's gonna be interesting on Monday night. The following Monday, Munzi talks with Charlotte and Chloe.
No, Monday. No Monday. I thought it was on my
Munzi talks. No, on Munzi talks, Charlotte and Chloe, they've been nice to each other lately, but I know Chloe wants payback. I know Chloe's waiting for payback, and she might actually get it on Tuesday night.
Oh, mate, it just annoyed me. She was just slating Brighton and saying, like, we're a nothing club and we're shit and all this. And then she was like, actually, I don't ever watch them play because I only watch my team play. And it's like...
Don't draw the opinion.
Look, if Brighton weren't in the Premier League, they'd be my second team. Honestly.
I watch a lot, Brian. They play ball. I've been watching them for a while. They play ball, and I think there's a lot of good players there.
But my second team, but my team outside the Premier League are actually Rangers. And we're not doing too bad.
You've got about 4 teams, mate. Chelsea, Tottenham, Rangers, Motherwell, Scotland, Ireland, England.
Celtic, Aberdeen,
Celtic,
Aberdeen.
Dundee United
No,
on a
man, I
Tuesday
hate
night.
Celtic.
Bayern Munich,
How-
Bayern
how can
Leverkusen,
you
Real
say-
Madrid, Barcelona.
Do you have a
St.
team in
Mirren.
each division?
St Mirren, Livingston, all these teams.
That's it
I
now.
thought you were just naming the SPL
my
league
team
there.
in Scotland is the one and only the Rangers, the Glasgow Rangers.
Chloe, how did you lose that game against Palace? You should have backed them the other night.
We drew.
I mean, I drew it. Sorry, you drew it. Well, it seems like a loss because you should have won that game. But
Yeah, who
Still
took your
sitting out
penalty
the
and
goal
completely bottled it?
was it Trossard or was it
No,
Gross?
it was Gross. It was Pascal Gross that took the penalty and missed it.
Yeah, he was
Mm.
gross as well. He was gross. It was a gross
I do
pen,
think
wasn't it?
he's had his day with us, to be honest. He's good. He's done a lot for us. He's been a good player, but I think
He's been there
he's
since the Championship days, hasn't he?
declined a
He's been in
bit.
the Premier League.
Sorry.
He's a name that stuck around at Brighton for a while. Did you have him when you got promoted from the Championship, or the
He was one of our first signings when we got promoted.
first signings?
He had good numbers last season.
I knew it was
In
really.
terms of creating chances, he had good numbers last season.
He does have
Yeah.
good numbers in terms of creating chances, but I'm not a huge fan of that sort of stat, chances created, because I think it's so vague. It's difficult to actually pin down what counts as a chance. And I think even though he's creating these chances, they're not necessarily good chances.
Is he not good on the eye test? Is he not good on the eye?
No. And he's really slow, which obviously, if you've got other attributes, that's all right. But I don't know. I think he's just had his day. And I think McAllister, I see him as the sort of Gross replacement because he plays that sort of similar attacking midfield role and can take corners and penalties.
Do you
I'm
see?
sorry, but McAllister's brilliant. What a last name, and he ain't even Scottish. He's Argentinian. That's a
They
fantastic.
love every time Brighton play and McAllister's playing, they will mention his name and the fact that he's got like Scottish heritage or something, which is why his name's McAllister.
Gary McAllister.
Those facts that
Yeah.
they just always
Scottish,
have to
I was gonna
mention,
say.
like how tall Dan Burn is, and
Chloe,
That
who do
guy's
you
a
think you're going to
lump.
lose this summer? You're going to lose a player, aren't you? Because someone's going to come with a stupid offer for a player. Who do you think you're
Yeah.
going to lose this summer?
I think it depends sort of how well we do, who we're actually going to lose, and obviously who we get offers from. But I thought
Vaughn is on one. Vaughn is on one.
I thought that we were gonna lose Basuma last summer. To be honest, I was shocked that no one really came in for him. And I know Mope and Trossard, I think both, and McAllister actually. I keep seeing people say we need to give them a new contract. I don't think they're out of contract this summer, but I think next year they will be. And obviously, I would like to pin those players down.
Oh my God.
I really need to start choosing my words more carefully.
You
You
need
really
to give us
do.
very
You really do
carefully,
need to think your
Chloe.
sentences through, Chloe, because that's hard out on the same street.
Chloe,
You're
when you
just not
say
thinking through.
you want to pin them down, say Brighton need to pin them down.
That was on contract.
Right, pin them down. I know it's past the watershed, Chloe, but for Christ's sake, you aren't off making the show go the wrong direction.
Chloe, I get it. It's near. I know it's 10 o'clock now, and that's all.
Okay,
All
just saying,
right
right,
after 10. But
Can I just say
Quarter
this? If I ever laugh and collapse on air, do not panic because that is just a thing I do because I've got like a medical condition. So if you see me laugh and I look like I'm like drooping, don't panic. That's supposed to happen.
That's supposed to happen. You just made it sound like actually programming, like it's just a button. It happens. Get stuck on that way.
Nippon, I wanted to ask you, right, and I want you to be honest with me right now. Did you watch that rubbish performance yesterday?
I had a late night, so I slept straight through it.
Did you see
Right,
that
no, but
ludicrous display last night?
I'm more
Not
focused.
last
on
night,
the
yesterday
result, to be
afternoon.
honest with you.
Yesterday afternoon.
Look, I
yeah.
know our team is
Nice,
shit.
you've got the
They're only going to
reference.
compete for top.
No, it's not. Our team's not shit, Nippon, though. This is the thing. When are Chelsea fans going to stand up and say, listen, When are we going to play good football? Why aren't we having a go? I don't mind losing to City. Listen, I don't care if we would have lost 3 or 4-0. But why aren't we playing it on the floor and play attacking football? What is it with this guy, man? I'm telling you, he's getting away with murder. Roberto Di Matteo won as a Champions League as well. I said it. So what?
Yeah, but
But
also
I'm telling
Chelsea
you,
fans
he's
do have
getting
a
away
habit
with
of spending
murder,
90
man.
million. Yeah, but Chelsea fans most of them aren't best for themselves, because you sign Lukaku for 90 million and you give him about 4 games and he's your best friend because he's scoring goals on it, coming back to the Premier League. And then 4 games later when he hasn't scored, well, it was a waste of money, he's crap. Who's the next 90 million we're going to buy? I swear,
He's been
some
out
Chelsea fans
injured
say
as
it's like, give
well.
him
Like,
time
he'd missed a few games, and
through injury
they
as
were
well.
going on about how he hadn't scored, and it's like he hasn't actually been playing.
Yeah,
No,
precisely.
yeah, Chelsea, some of the Chelsea fans, especially the hardcore ones, they don't understand how the game works. But since he's been under a lot of pressure, since that interview came out that was taken about 3-4 months ago, and I just said, listen, look, it's happened now. Leave it. Let's move on. He seems to be working hard, and he only had 1 chance yesterday, but his touch yesterday let him down. It was poor, but if we don't play to his strengths, what's the point of having
I've also seen your
him?
fans a lot saying about how your attackers sort of lack chemistry, but I've also seen them saying that you change it so often that they're never actually going to build any sort of chemistry, but then they criticise individual certain players that have played out of position constantly.
It's the setup, Chloe. It's the setup. We're playing this formation, right? And it's all right playing it when you're winning and stuff like that. I get it. You can't challenge the manager, but I can challenge him after yesterday's performance because we didn't get going until after we conceded. When are we going to start? It was shocking the way he sets us up.
Obviously, you've got James and Chilwell out, who are obviously very important parts of that system. So you think that he would have to change to sort of adapt to those.
And surely should have like a prep for them. I mean, other clubs make sure that everybody just seems. It seems like other teams that have them sort of big stars there, not maybe so the depth, but they have a contingency. So if that goes wrong, they can reshape, and then players have already been working on that when it comes. Whereas it feels like
we've got contingencies in place. We've got players in place, Alonso and Azpilicueta, but they're not. Especially Aspi, he doesn't have the pace anymore, and Alonso is good going forward, but defensively he's a bit hot and cold. So we do have the players, but we don't have like the quality of players now. We're not going to see Chile until next season, and James comes back in February, March time. So we need to go and get some fullbacks. I know we've got Kennedy back, and we want Emerson back from Lyon, but we'll have to wait and see.
At one point, you wanted Bertrand back from us. I mean, you can have him if you want, but I'm just letting you know he won't make any difference there. He's not going to help you much.
I honestly think, what's his name? Kennedy. I think Thomas Tuchel will use Kennedy the same way. What's his name? Antonio Conte used Victor Moses.
Well, bin him off.
I just think, right, I can't say nothing against the manager at the moment because we've won the Champions League, but we play dead football a lot of the times. We are sit back FC. That's what we are, man. We are sit back FC. We just defend. If you want a masterclass in defending, just watch Chelsea. We're good at defending most of the time, but when it comes to playing on the floor and stuff like that, I think there's several teams better than us. And the team that we've got, I think we should be playing better attacking football, and I'm gonna get slated all the time because I want to see attacking football. And you're gonna see Nippon. Wait till Tuesday night. Wait till Tuesday night when we play Brighton. Just watch what happens on Tuesday night. They're gonna be absolutely up for it. They're gonna be outplaying us, and we're gonna be defending for our lives. I'm telling you, our back three are gonna get worked like they did against Man City. Fair enough, we've got injuries, but go on, Chloe.
You don't think that your attacking problems are due to the players just lacking quality? You think it's the system?
It's the system, Chloe. 100% it's the system. Chloe, how many times are we going to play 3-4-3? You know, when you're winning, right, then it's fine. But we've lost. I think we were 5 points clear or something. I can't remember what we were. Now we're 13 points behind Man City. When's my man going to change the system? Why can't we play 4-2-3-1? Or, you know, just change it up. He doesn't change it, Chloe. This is why he never won anything at PSG. And now he's won the Champions League. You know what? I can't say nothing. I said I'll give him his time. I think he might win us the league in 2 years' time. But Chelsea fans have to admit, yesterday it was shocking. We do not play good football.
You're still in denial about not winning the league. Like are there any Chelsea fans who still think Man City will slip up?
No. I actually said Chelsea will win the league, and now my opinion completely changed. I think City will run away with it now.
Look, at least one of my teams is winning the league. Rangers.
I don't care about Rangers.
No.
That's not bad odds.
Celtic have strengthened. I think Celtic will catch Rangers.
We are charity FC at times.
I don't care about Rangers. I care about Chelsea. Who do you want? Tavernier at Chelsea. Who's that?
James Tavernier. He left back for Rangers.
Right back for Rangers.
No.
You got right back.
No.
Question: Would you jump all over getting Eriksen, who's apparently been linked with clubs? Because apparently we're somehow in with a move for him.
I've seen us linked with him. I have no idea where it's come from, but
you know what? I'd take him. He's better than all of our.
I'd like him, but I
no,
don't know.
Nippon.
I'm
no.
still a bit like.
You mean Christian Eriksen?
Yeah, Christian Eriksen.
No,
apparently.
No.
You don't think his creative drive be able to get? Yeah, I mean he's determined to get back out on the football pitch.
No, you guys, man. That boat's gone, man. That boat's sailed.
I don't know. I know for a guarantee that whoever gets Christian Eriksen is getting him for 4 months, and I reckon you see Christian Eriksen doing all he can to prove himself that he can still play football at the highest level after what happened to him in the summer. And I think, given the circumstances, I mean, I don't know how true it is. I've seen about 2 or 3 contrasting reports saying that apparently it would be on a pay-as-you-play basis, given his condition and how he's returning. So I think anyone who gets him would be benefiting for squad depth, if nothing else. But I was very surprised. I know we were linked with him in the summer when he wanted to come back before what happened at the Euros. But I think now he's completely free and he'd have to renegotiate the terms as it is. And it's not 300 grand a week you're trying to get him off. I think he's a viable player. I think he.
Yeah, but Brad, is he better than Maddison and Tielemans? Is that what are you telling me about?
It's not that.
Them?
I think what you need sometimes, just that extra drive, is if a Maddison, because the one thing that Maddison suffers from, and maybe Rodgers has cracked it this season because he actually finally sat him down and had a proper one-on-one with him. But Maddison has the ability to boil off. And if you have someone like Eriksen there, who you know's chomping at the bit to play football every week, you know he wants to go out there and prove a point and prove that he can come back and play at the top level after the Euros incident, you're not going to want to drop your game rate. And then you might find against certain oppositions that Brendan fears a stronger midfield and goes for all 3 of them. You know, I'm looking at my perspective. I think personally now, as unfortunate as the scenario was, he would suit someone like Leicester now, and I think anybody would benefit off that sort of energy, because the fact that the guy's going out there and determined to play at the best level again is really positive. You don't see enough of that in football.
I think there's better players in Europe than him now.
He obviously does have that drive, but at the same time, it just seems so insane to me. I can't imagine. I can't imagine he doesn't even have like PTSD from what happened. Like, it's just, I don't know. I can't believe that he wants to play again. To be honest,
I don't think he should. I don't think he should come to the Premier League. I can't see any Premier League club willing to take that risk on him.
Personally, as a fan, if he was playing for my club, I'd constantly be terrified that he was going to you know,
Yeah.
it was going to happen again on the pitch. And
the thing is, though,
yeah,
he's obviously sat down with his family and discussed this before even open to the idea. It does seem a bit out. You know, he did state it a while ago. The problem is, it's like a player who always gets injured all the time. You're always going to be worrying about them. And then at the same time, you're also denying someone that opportunity. If he sat down there and gone through it with doctors and they've medically cleared him to still play football and his family are happy with it, then yes, as fans of football in general, we're going to worry about it because it was such a horrific incident. But I say more credit to the guy. He might only play 3 games. He might come back, play 3 games, go, you know what? I did what I set out to do, but this is beyond me. That's hit me harder than I was hoping. You know,
you are right, Brad. If the doctors
clear
him, then why not? If the doctors clear him, and you're saying you would give him an opportunity, then why not?
And especially if it's on a pay as you play, because he could play 1 game and go, oh no, this isn't feeling right. I've pushed myself too hard to make this come back. I have to accept it. Then fine, he gets paid for 1 game and he can go and retire. I think the circumstances.
Do your job. Block these bots. Honestly.
Have you get moderators?
Nippon
Nippon is the moderator.
Too much spamming.
Hanif, do you have a YouTube channel?
No, I don't have a YouTube channel.
I don't have one, mate. I'm just come on, get a live chat. Basically, that.
I'm a voice for hire.
Right. So now we're going to go into what else? What else are we going to discuss?
Chelsea were crap yesterday. That's what I want to say. I'm annoyed.
Yeah, look.
I'm annoyed.
Yeah, we
don't get on the fence about your opinion.
Look, we were shit.
Absolutely annoyed. Absolutely.
Congratulations,
annoyed.
Man City, on winning the league. Let's just focus on competitions.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, there you go.
What is your opinion? This is to Hanif on Christian Pulisic, because I've seen a lot of Chelsea fans slating him, saying he's not good enough, all this other stuff. And obviously I'm inclined to defend him on account of the fact that he's gorgeous. But obviously no one knows the player better than that team's own fans. So I was just curious as to what you think about him.
I got this.
He is a baller, don't get me wrong, Chloe. But the problem with that guy is NHS FC. That guy's been out since he's arrived at Chelsea for almost, I think it's a year. He's been out for such a long time. Altogether, I'm saying, his injuries have added up to that. And, you know, when he first came, his first season, I think it was, he got 10 goals and 10 assists, and then he got injured in the FA Cup final. And we were bossing that game until he got injured. And I just thought, you know what, this guy's been fantastic for us. And he was...
Great. Check your DMs. I've sent you the link if you want to join.
You know what, if you can get a run of games, I think there's a player in there. But the problem is I don't know if he's a starter in this Thomas Tuchel side. I don't even know who our best 11 is, because I could name you our midfield and our fullbacks and possibly our centre-backs. But only Lukaku, and there's 2 positions up for grabs. And those 2 positions are the forward players. Now, I don't know if it's Ziyech, if it's Pulisic, is it Werner, is it Havertz? Now, he's a fantastic talent, but keeping him fit full season is the only issue. But if he can get a run of games, he gets you goals and assists. I always, we were just talking about players getting injured. He's one that I always get worried about when he's on the pitch. I always feel like he's gonna get injured. And he is a fantastic player. He's a fantastic player. I'm not gonna say he isn't. However, his injury record since arriving at Chelsea has not been good at all, and it's affected him. I need this guy to kick on.
You can always give him to us.
Reece, I wanted to bring this up. He ain't going nowhere.
He'd be at you lot, and Pulisic would be sold if Chiesa hadn't got injured.
Wait, you're telling me he'd be at Chelsea? Wait, he seems quite happy at Juventus, no?
He's not going to stay there at the end of the season.
He won't stay for long. He'll end up going to like an English club, I
You
think.
don't think they're winning the league then?
No,
Juventus?
Juventus are.
No, hold on.
Different.
they
Have you
bottled it
seen what's
last time
going on
they
in
were that goal,
Serie A? You're
They're
not
not
watching
even-
Serie A, are you?
Well, that's a bit-
Oh, Nippon, let me spare your pain. Let me spare your pain.
But wait, if he is fifth with Juventus, surely will he be an upgrade to our attack though?
He's an
Yes.
upgrade to CH, he's an upgrade to Pulisic, and he's an upgrade to Werner.
He was.
You know, I like Werner.
He
at the
was.
front.
Wait,
He was.
wait,
But that
don't-
ACL
oh,
injury,
wait.
I don't know now. He was. He's injured, isn't he? He's got ACL problems. Poor lad.
That's what he's out with.
Yeah.
He
He's
was really
gone.
good at winning the Euros, wasn't he?
But wait, don't isn't he still on loan from Fiorentina?
No, it's permanent.
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
It is permanent. It is permanent to
Right,
Juventus.
okay.
When's he back from injury?
Fuck
Next
knows, it's an
season.
it's an
Next
ACL.
season.
Will
Next
he be
season,
back for
Nippon.
the World Cup?
No. Oh, possibly, maybe.
It'd be a big risk by
Maybe.
Mancini to take him.
He's their best player though. If they want any chance of winning the
No,
World,
I think Italy this year. I think up until Christmas, I think they're the ones that scored the most goals. There's a major transition happening in attacking football in Serie A, and I think everyone should be worried that these Italians are coming and they're coming back into the fold. Especially in the next 5 to 10 years, I expect Italian clubs to be a dominant force again. And English clubs need to watch out because they've changed the emphasis. Mancini, with winning that European competition, has basically said to the Italians, listen, stop playing dead defensive football, start playing attacking football. And these guys, they've got a lot of ballers in Italy. So I could see the Serie A thriving again like it was the biggest league in the 90s when I was a kid growing up. And you had so many top sides then, and they're going to come back. You look at the league now, it's very competitive. I think there's 3 or 4 teams that could win the league possibly, and Juve aren't one of them because they're so far behind, because they've
There's
not.
only 2 points in it between the Milan clubs. There's only 2 points in it.
And there you go. And Juve are kind of going through the Man United phase at the moment. They've not looked after themselves. They hired a former player that went wrong, and Cristiano's left, and so on. So they're going through a Man United phase at the moment.
They're going to lose Dybala in the summer as well. That's another big.
Oh, he's dead, mate. Oh, he's dead.
He's still a good. He's still a good player. He's still
a good player, but
that's the thing.
He's not what people admit. I think it's in Spain he'd be a decent player, but I think our league would be too tough for him.
But don't you think if Chiesa comes to Chelsea he'll flop?
No.
The guy's a baller.
So basically, you're saying Zola 2.0.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't compare Chiesa to Zola. Totally different position, and also Chiesa isn't as technical as Zola was.
Prime
How do you know they won't flop?
Piero.
It's
But to be fair,
it
people were
just
saying that about
annoys me, you
Pulisic.
guys.
People were
No,
saying
You
Prime
guys-
Zola or Prime Del Piero.
Criticise your current players so much, and then you look at these other players that are doing well at their clubs, and if they didn't immediately come to Chelsea and set the world alight, you would turn on them just like you do your own players.
That's the
Look at
problem
Reese's
with
favourite Chelsea player,
Chloe,
Lucas
because
Kardashian. They've
because
turned on him
that's
quick
our
enough.
model, isn't it? Our model is winning. That's the problem at Chelsea. We don't have no
You don't
patience.
have any patience.
That's the
And
problem.
sometimes you
We're
have that
suffering from
patience.
that
The
now.
players don't just
Why?
aren't just always good immediately. It's like
Why?
when Moda, his first few games for Brighton, he wasn't that, he made mistakes. He would sometimes try to be a bit too clever, but we kept with him, and he's like been one of our best players the past few games, because it takes, even the most expensive players take time to settle into
No,
their
it does.
squad.
Is that your
It does.
sorry? Who are you
Big
talking
clubs don't give their players time.
Who was it you were talking about that you were being patient with? Sorry, like who are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't really know.
No, it's the
feel
Brighton
like,
play you were talking about. I didn't know what Brighton play you were talking about. That's why I asked.
oh,
Like, what
Moda.
be honest, I don't know who he is, sorry.
Who?
Sorry,
What position
Who
does he
you
play?
say?
midfielder, centre midfield.
Decent. Don't really know much about him. I've not watched a lot of your games this year, so I'll need to.
I'll be honest with you, Chloe. I like
He
Trossard.
always balls
I'm not
against
gonna
England.
lie. I like Trossard and I like Tielemans. I like them two a lot. I don't know. No, I think he's a
He's a
baller.
really good player. He's just unlucky.
To anyone though, I haven't seen
I
him
think
to anyone.
Nippert, I'm telling you, the guy is there's a lot of ballers in Brighton's team. I'm telling you that much right now, and I would take Trossard for Chelsea. I would take
Who
him.
would he be an upgrade on
Really?
though? Who would he be an upgrade on though?
I think he's better. No.
I love Trossard,
No,
right? But
I
he's
think
so inconsistent,
I think he'll-
and that's why he's at Brighton.
I'd play him instead of Pulisic. I'd probably
Really?
play him instead of Ziyech as well.
He can't.
Ziyech, I'd say
He's good.
better
This
than,
guy's good.
but
Yeah, the guy with the
and also
long
he's
hair,
older
Cucurella,
than
Mr. Cook,
Yeah,
Mr.
he's a
Cuca.
quality player.
He's a good buy. Yeah, Cucurella.
Cucurella, he's so good. He's so good. I love him. He consistently drops like 10 out of 10 performances, so it doesn't get as mentioned as much by like Brighton fans because we're just so used to him just being so consistent.
Yeah.
And he's good defensively. He's good going forward. I love him.
He's good from that left hand side. He's good
Chloe,
from that left hand side. He does offer you a lot. Like
That you might lose him in the summer, like at some point.
I mean, we only got him this year. I can't see him leaving like that soon. One thing that people seem to not get about Brighton is we aren't a selling club. Like, we sold Ben White because we got an insane offer for him, but generally we don't just sell our best players just because someone wants them. And I think we are building something, and I hope that our players aren't just chasing money. And obviously, if a big six club comes in, you can't really. They're not going to say no to that. Even if someone like West Ham or Leicester or something came in, they probably would leave. But
no, you're right there. You do have that.
I'll tell you why I put Reese to another side of the screen. It's because I'm doing all the clubs in alphabetical order.
wait, so who do you support? New guy in the.
Reese is the United
New
fan.
guy. I like
Yeah,
that.
new guy. Yeah, new guy.
Like, coincidentally, I support the team that's
Reece,
actually
have you got a Germany top on?
Who are you talking about?
Reese, he
yeah.
supports Manchester United.
Man United.
He sat
You looked
right
alright
on top of the
yesterday. You
back.
looked alright first half yesterday. You looked
quarter
alright.
German, quarter
I
Italian.
was
So
so
either way, I'm
annoyed
still
that Villa
happy.
came back because I can't stand Villa, and I could not stand the way that the commentators were sucking off Coutinho. Like,
Now
You
you
knew
know
it was
how
gonna happen, though, didn't you?
he's such an overrated bastard.
Yeah, but Chloe, it's
All
Aston
4
Villa,
foot
right?
6 of them.
They've had no hope for a while. So when something big like that
they
happens, they're
just
gonna cling on
constantly
to it.
throw money at it, and then everyone's like, "Oh, how amazing are Villa? How clever are they?" And it's like they just throw money at it every fucking transfer window. It's like, how much money
but they-
can we physically
Yeah, but they're
spend?
serious
And
though,
it
Chloe.
just
They wanna
pisses me off. And then
break
they
into that
complain about City
European
spending
places.
so much on Grealish, and it's like, sorry,
all
I'm
chatting.
getting really. I cannot stand Villa one bit.
We're all
I kind of
chatting.
sense the hatred towards Villa there. Just only a little bit of hatred there.
I know that. Not a little bit, a lot of hatred. What's Villa done to you?
I don't
They're
know,
not
but I
even-
don't
It's
think
like
you
your
tell. I
personal
think it'll hold up in court whatever they've done to her. Jesus Christ! I thought
I could understand if why Brad wouldn't like him, but Chloe, you've just gone straight into Villa and ripped their hearts out.
Wait,
Yeah.
what did Villa ever do to you?
I had
Just
a tweet about Jack Grealish. Well, in response to Jack Grealish about him diving when he was still at Villa, and yeah, I got quite a lot of slack for that, shall we say. It majorly blew up. Villa fans saying he doesn't dive.
Nice.
No way, Jack Grealish, he doesn't dive. As soon as he left in the summer, yeah, he dives. It's like
Dice for Villa, dice for
they
England.
just infuriate me, to be
The
honest.
thing is, a lot of the fan base wants to protect their players, though.
I guess, but I don't know.
I
If
never
someone said
predicted
the
Ashley
Brighton
Young.
player died and they have actually dived, I would probably
Call
just
out a Brighton player for
ignore that.
joining, Chloe.
No, the
It's
best
just, and the
Villa
way they
player to
turned
get
on him as
absolutely
well, because I
stick.
used to have like a major thing for Jack Grealish. If you didn't know that, and you know he's ridiculously gorgeous. But and then the way they turned on him when he left, like he like shat on their club badge or something. It was like
I tell you what, they turned on Jack Grealish that much that even Fabian Delph's been allowed back into Villa Park since then. Because he got absolutely hated and hounded.
There's even
it
better. They
amazed
hate Jack
me.
Grealish
They
that
didn't
much that
seem
they
to
burnt his shirt.
they didn't seem to accept that it was an upgrade him going to City, because they
Did you think?
still have these delusions of grandeur or whatever it's called, where they
Yeah.
still think that they're
Living off
a
their
huge
European
club,
Cup win.
you know,
Yeah.
and they can't seem to
They
accept
they
that
are
they're not.
they are
Leeds
a
are a
huge
bit
club
like
in
that as
terms of
well.
history. In terms of history, they are a huge club. They've got a decent history, haven't they?
Yeah, but history doesn't matter in terms of attracting
Right.
players to your club, for fuck's sake. It's
No, I know that, but I'm just saying it. I think
thinking they can get Basuma just because they've got history, when in reality that would be a sideways step. Like,
Yeah. I think
why
the
would
only
you
thing
do
that
that?
history does for you as a club from so far back, and it is really far back with Villa, is you're probably able to talk to a player who goes, yeah, maybe their granddad watched them watched them growing up as a kid, so remembers Villa winning and stuff, and they've heard about Villa. But when they ask their agent where are Villa, it's like, oh, well, they're mid-table in the Premiership. It's like, oh, well, I don't really care about that. I want to be playing European football. So next club, please. That's when the conversation ends.
Exactly.
Coutinho's only there because of Gerrard.
Players. I think the one thing though is Villa will still have like decent players. They'll still have like decent teams now and then. But if you expect Villa to go and like win another European Cup by the time I'm dead, they won't. If you expect Villa to win a league title by the time I'm dead, they won't. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Reece, we don't know. The chairman's very ambitious though. That's why he's splashing the caps. You never know in football,
like
man.
ambitious, but
Leicester won the league, man. Anything's possible.
They could
you know
win
what
an
would be really
FA Cup or a
funny?
league cup. They won't
You
win
know
another
what would be
league
really
title.
funny? It'd be really funny now if Villa get to a cup final, Steven Gerrard's in charge, and we hear another infamous "don't let this slip," and Coutinho slips in the last minute to give away the ball, and they lose the cup final. Something like that.
That
Just
would
continue
be
the trend.
hilarious.
Not going
I
to
would
lie,
not
but that
be
would be
laughing.
beautiful.
That's the other thing. It's Steven Gerrard's Villa. It's like when Lampard was at Derby, and it was like Frank Lampard's Derby, and it's like, stop. Obviously Villa are a big club, but yeah, this adulation that Gerrard has got them since he's become their manager, and how well he's doing, and he's doing a good job, but he's got a lot of good players. They have got a lot of good players, and I don't think
it's not exactly like he's walked into a complete mess of a Villa side and he's suddenly assembled it with 6 or 7 players and you've gone fair play. Well done, mate.
It's absolute dog shit.
He's improving what they already have.
Yeah, but that's because of the finances. I mean, you telling me realistically that a player of Coutinho's, I want to say talent, but we haven't seen that in about 300 years since he made that move to Barcelona, but of his caliber would not put on a Villa shirt if it was the last thing on earth if Steven Gerrard's not there. So how long does that last? I think that's going to be the question, and then we'll see how good a manager Steven Gerrard really is. Because just like you said there with Derby and Lampard, the second he moved to Chelsea, he was a god. The second Chelsea started failing, it was, he's shit, get out of our club, don't ruin your reputation, Frank. We'll hate you.
Brad, the thing is, I think Steven Gerrard is doing it the right way.
For now, yeah, but he hasn't. He's doing well, and he's sustained his manager effect. I mean, I said it when he was appointed. Out of all the sackings and appointments that are going at the time, there is players there that were already in the club that weren't performing, that probably went in there and went, Steven Gerrard's our manager. There ain't a chance I'm sitting on my ass. I know who Steven Gerrard is. I know what he sets the standards as, and I'm going to go there. The problem comes when, like Chloe says, and it might not happen for a few years, but what will happen is, and I don't want to link it to why he did the same with moving on from Rangers, is what you'll have is them players will then move on, then players will get sold to bigger clubs, while Aston Villa are still doing well, and then he'll have to bring in players from elsewhere that don't really care about Stephen Gerrard and what he did at the Premiership. They won't care. They won't look at it like that. They'll be like, "Can you manage me, mate?" We're seeing that with certain managers when that effect wears off and it goes. You sort of find yourself going, actually, this guy might be a legend of football, but he talks a bit of nonsense for tactic. We've just kind of got away with it. That's when it happens. When they hit the peak and then they start having that dip, that's the challenging part for a manager of his calibre. I agree he's done it right. At least he went and built a trade elsewhere. Say what you like about the Scottish League football. He built his trade with Rangers, built a platform, and now he's got to go stage 2 and do this with Villa.
Correct.
What he doesn't want to do is get Villa into like a freak European position with the squad he gets. These players then go or the loan ends or whatever, and he jumps ship. Because we all know eventually.
That's why he left Rangers, is the opportunity arose. Like, he had the opportunity to win a domestic cup, which he failed to do in his entire time. He only left with one trophy, unbeaten in the league. But the mentality was like to focus on the league. Like, he never really paid attention in the cups. Like, it was always the same issues. It was the same, picking the same mediocre players. And as soon as the opportunity arose, he done a Brendan Rodgers. So as far as I'm concerned,
I couldn't wait to leave Rangers.
Like, my family are all Rangers fans. I can speak about it as much as I want. Like, in terms of like,
Rangers fans not really deep down not think that already when he was appointed.
Yeah, he won his league title, and the minute we fucked off, I was celebrating because the Scouser no longer manages them. I was absolutely buzzing. I was like, thank fuck, the Scouser's gone.
I mean, it sounded like one of them deals. I remember when it first happened and he first got there, it almost felt like Rangers fans were like, if you come here and get us back to the top of the SPL and leave us to it after that, fine, go for it, do what you want. We know exactly why you sign it. It's because Liverpool are having a successful period. If this was pre-Klopp, let's just say this was before Klopp joined Liverpool, guarantee you he'd have done a Lampard. He'd have taken the job. Yep. He wouldn't have gone to Rangers and taken 2 or 3 years to build himself at somewhere. He would have made the mistake.
He had a decent record in Europe, though. Like, I'll give him that. Like, he had a decent record for us in Europe. It's just the minute the opportunity arose, like, he was too quick to say, I was too quick. But he said he was going to stay, and then the minute Villa turned up, he was gone. So, like, I'll give him that. But other than that, like, he could have done a lot more if he actually focused in certain games. Yeah. But now it's a club legend in charge, and Van Bronckhorst is going to win the league. So,
he's done brilliant. There was no
win the title anyway, so it doesn't faze me as well. And he's going to manage Dortmund. He's going to manage against Dortmund. That's going to be a good game in the Europa League. But in terms of like Gerrard, he won the league title, but the opportunity arose. Like, the quicker he left, that was how it was.
Do you realistically see us beating Dortmund, though? I don't.
No. Like, as much as I would like for that to happen, Rangers have got a good chance if they take their chances, which is going to be few and far between. But Dortmund are just a ferocious animal. Like, the minute they get like a good opportunity and they find the back of the net, like, that'll be it for them. They'll just steamroll. I wouldn't be surprised if Rangers get beat 5 or 6-0. But I'm not.
I honestly believe.
One space available. I'll send you the link.
I honestly believe that if Borussia Dortmund want top dollar for their next sort of superstars, obviously Haaland, but there's talks about Jude Bellingham already.
They need to batter Rangers and all that.
They're going to put absolutely everything into winning Europa League. So worst case scenario, they can still say they're a Champions League club if they win it. And then even if Haaland does still want to go, there's an extra 20, 30 million already out of his price tag. If he's Europa League player,
that price tag would mean nothing. That price tag means nothing. His release clause goes active in the summer. He's available for 60 million.
He actually does have a release clause. I didn't know that part of it. But still,
his release clause drops to 68 million in the summer.
Yeah. There'll be other players that they won't want to let go on the cheap. I still find it ridiculous about the whole Jude Bellingham thing because Birmingham City retired his shirt number. That was like championship level experience of Arteta FC. That for banter. Why are you retiring like a 12-year-old shirt? I don't get it.
United did miss the trick though of not signing them. Like, I think United really should have got him like for the long term, but I still think we will sign him next year. I'm not joking.
Yeah. I feel like you should only retire someone's shirt.
Do you think United will sign Jude Bellingham?
Next summer. Not this coming summer, next summer. United still want him. Like, he's still a priority target, and so is Declan Rice, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do one each. Although if the club actually had ambition, they'd sign both at the same time.
I do feel now that youngsters are actually getting a little bit smart in these day and age. I know that sounds weird saying teenagers have brains this time, but you've seen a lot over the last 3 or 4 years of suddenly ditching their youth system because they're 400th choice in the Chelsea loanee market or whatever, they're going to an Italian side or a German side to go and get first team football, and then lo and behold, as we've seen recently, 2 or 3 seasons later, they're back where they wanted to be anyway, and they're being brought back in more as a need than as a want, more than if we need him, we've got him option. I'm surprised Hudson-Odoi hasn't done it with all the bitching and moaning he did about I want first team football. I don't care if it's Chelsea. I want out. And now he's like, yes, sir, I'll play against Yeovil Town in the cup. I don't get it. I just do something with it.
It is reflective of players that they are taking those ambitions. Like, it's just who's actually going to have the balls and do it. Chloe mentioned there, like, welcome Asian sensational. She's a sound guy. You mentioned like Yves Bissouma. He's a decent player. Will he aspire to anything at the top level? And I mean, like, for the top clubs, potentially. But it's all about, does he get that move first? If he gets that move,
he got man of the match in the
definitely
AFCON game he played in today. Sorry, that's a bit random, but I saw that and I was like, yes,
Yeah.
that's Brighton.
That's definitely a note. That's definitely a note on his record.
And he takes it, then fair play to him. If he gets the opportunity.
You tell him now, if a player like that from a club like that, like Leicester or Brighton or that, gets an AFCON Player of the Tournament award, that's going to have some value, and they're going to suddenly use that in the transfer negotiation skills, aren't they? It's like, Player of the Tournament, thank you very much. You ain't having him on a cheap award.
It was like when Ben White got like an England call up and was like in the Euros. He didn't play a single game, but the fact that he was in the England squad for the Euros, it's like we can add another.
But were you
10 million on it.
Although you say that was the biggest mistake of Chris Sutton's career.
But Chloe, were you happy that a Brighton player got a call up?
Yeah, I was for what? Wait, what are we talking about now?
I think a Brighton player getting called up to the England squad. I bet you were happy with that. I mean, if it was Lewis Duncan, you'd be proud of Ben White.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was deserved. We probably should have more players in the England squad, but we all know Southgate has his favourites, Mings.
Southgate can go and do one for all I care.
Southgate can go bring in Ward-Prowse.
Well, we've got another newbie. Hi, newbie.
All right, mate.
Newbie. That's your phrase of the day, isn't it? It's a new guy.
It's a new guy. It's a new guy.
New guy.
Oh, Nippon, I don't want to be rude, but can you please take me off this Norwich badge? It's making me feel ill.
He's starting to drop points as he speaks.
That's better, thank you.
Right on top of your favourite one as well.
Aye.
Don't you start with the innuendos with your sentence. Think them through.
This is my.
In alphabetical.
I nearly said that I'm on top with Chloe, and that just added to it just to give the example. Reece, if you've not been in the chat since the start, you've missed some right absolute innuendos that have been said.
Who's been given the chat? And I've not been
what I can tell you is Chloe loves being on top and pinning down. That's all I'm going to say, mate. The sentences she said at the wrong time.
Let's see. So Chloe loves being on top and she loves pinning down. I don't think Pulisic has got the legs to handle that.
That's the real reason Chilwell's not injured, mate.
But I do think Neil Maupay does, and that's right up her street.
Hey, a certain Arsenal fan wants Brighton to get relegated, and he hates Neil Maupay. I'll let you figure out who that is.
I owe Brian an apology. Funnily enough,
you're going to write that out.
I mugged them off like last time I was on stream with you two. Funnily enough, I mugged them off saying I just cannot be Arsenal as a football club. I just don't see much of them like at all. Like I said, Southampton are better, and I still say that. But Brighton are a decent team. Brighton are a decent team. They just lack a goal scorer number 9.
Some people said Brighton the mini Man City.
In the league, and then one in the cup as well. But
if Brighton had a striker, If Brighton had,
It's our squad. We don't have enough goal scorers. Our forwards are probably contributing their fair share.
if Brighton had
Missing Danny Welbeck, my friend. Missing Danny Welbeck.
Oh God, that don't remind me of that Wallad, man.
I love Welbeck. He's such a good player. It's a shame he's made of glass.
That Wallad embarrassed Arsenal in
I think Glass is stronger than him.
When did he embarrass Arsenal?
when he put a header past him in 8-2-1.
No, Welbeck embarrassed Chelsea, bro.
Wallad, yeah. So I was referring to him as a Wallad.
Your club employs Romelu Luka Kardashian. Don't come at me about Wallads.
Luka Kardashian. I'm still waiting for the TV series, Reece. You haven't started it yet. When's that happening?
I'm waiting on the director giving me give me the budget to work with so I can promote Romelu Luka Kardashian.
Because ever since you said it, mate, it's the only version of the Bryn Kardashians I've watched.
Your club employs McShite.
I can't say much. It doesn't even start in the midfield for my country, so that's all I'm saying.
I couldn't cut for my country either.
But mind you,
we employ centre back.
Yep, but Nippon, you know how you say we employ McShite? Didn't you not buy Danny Drinkwater for 40 million?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I can say much, but I mean, signing Drinkwater.
Man, you might have spent 80 million on Maguire, but at least he plays football.
Come on. You don't pretend like you didn't spend 80 million on Harry.
Yeah, but at least. Yeah,
but Man United spend on useless players like Sancho not performing, and then Van de Beek. Oh my God, bro! The system is not good.
Hold on, no. Danny Drinkwater cost Chelsea 40 million, and the last I heard on the weekend, he got an assist for Andy Carroll for Reading.
He did. And
he's grown his hair back. He's done a Rooney. Have you seen him?
Hair transplants are so effective these days.
I know, right? Spray on hair.
Drinkwater's a thug.
I know, but
he's the only guy I know that's 30 odd years of age, plays for 123s, and tries to have a fight with a 16-year-old.
Fair enough.
That's impressive.
If he can't outbox a 16-year-old, then he shouldn't be in professional football. Yeah, if he's trying to fight with an under 23 player. If you can't beat them in a fight,
yeah, but then again, you could say the same about Rooney. If you can't outbox Phil Beardsley in your own kitchen, you shouldn't be a manager. But here we are in this world of football.
Rooney got boxed out with negative points at one point.
You know what's funny? See, if those points hadn't happened, if he hadn't been the 20 points, he would have been in the 11th place in the league. I think a lot of people owe him a lot of respect.
He's already linked with the Everton job.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't go there. I hope he doesn't. He doesn't deserve to go with that. That mess. That's too bad.
Are you not fearing that? Because Potter's name's been chucked in.
I want you to clip this.
Yeah, he said he's happy at Brighton and he's not currently interested in the.
I say big dunk until the end of the season.
Position at Everton.
Yeah, could be a tough choice for me. Before you go clipping Nippon, big dunk till the end of the season. Then either Slaven Bilic or Roberto Martinez, although that one would be funny.
Roberto Martinez?
Not at Everton.
Roberto Martinez to Everton, man?
He's back on the list to go back there for a sec. If he goes back there, then he's an absolute fool.
He's still with Belgium, though.
If he gets the opportunity to go, though,
he wants to win. But what if he wants to win the World Cup with Belgium?
He ain't going to win fuck all with the Belgium squad.
Frank Lampard named in the frame as well.
I would say that the Belgian squad is the most disappointing underachievers for the talent they have on that available to them.
That's a golden generation Belgium there.
Belgium are more overrated than the golden generation of England.
Really?
There you go.
You think they're more overrated than England?
Yes.
They're better. They're better than England, bro.
Yeah, if they're better, then why they win? They're the so-called number one team.
England have better players, but we play finish right sometimes.
But
they're
Belgium smashed England 2-0, 2-1.
FIFA rankings are. The FIFA rankings are that bad that Belgium are still the number one club. Belgium are fucking overrated.
Belgium haven't won any of the major tournaments yet. They're number one in the. How's that work? I don't get it.
I can't get my head going though.
Every time you see them, it's like, wait, how are they there? And how are they there? And it's just.
It should be a country that wins a tournament, be at the top of the rankings. Whoever's like the European champions, okay, Italy should be number one until the World Cup and see where Italy are then. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Belgium are massively overrated for the talent they've got, for the players that they've actually promoted as well.
Yeah, they automatically bottled a 2-0 lead against France, my team. So come on, bro.
Yeah, they're a pointless team with all the quality they've got. Pointless.
Would you take Florian Neuhaus at Man United?
Yeah, France is one of the best
100%.
teams, bro.
Of course, I take Florian Neuhaus. I love Neuhaus. I take Sakari as well.
Does he start? Does he start? Like, is he a start player?
If you're asking me, does Florian Neuhaus start ahead of Matic, McTominay, and Fred? I need to start drinking because, of course, he does.
Matic is class, man.
And he does. He starts ahead of
Mata is better than Matic and Fred.
Fucking does Neuhaus start for Man United? Of course he does.
I mean, like, I know he does, but can he play in a pivot? If so, who does he play with?
Of course he plays in a pivot. It's what Marco Rose did last season with Mönchengladbach.
Oh, yeah, him and Kramer.
I watch my German football, dude.
I thought your favourite Bundesliga team was Leipzig.
I like watching Leipzig, but I watch the Bundesliga as a whole, just like I watch Serie A as a whole. I used to watch La Liga, but then I lost interest.
I used to watch all the leagues, but not so much anymore. Just Premier League and Ligue 1. And some Bundesliga. No, just the highlights for the leagues. Not really the games.
I used to watch a fair amount of Ligue 1, but then I lost interest. And I just lost interest in the league. Like, it's just more or less now just fans throwing shit at players now. It's like ridiculous. Games getting called off for violence. I was like, what is this now? Like,
oh man, Premier League is becoming a farmers' league with City 4 and 5. Come on, bro.
You know, I'm gonna celebrate the day Pep Guardiola leaves Man City.
4 and 5. Come on, bro.
Well, nothing's gonna change.
He's only done 7 years, bro. And now
you need to wait for Klopp to leave Liverpool as well before anything can seriously be done about stopping the Farmers League.
And I wouldn't call it a Farmers League just yet.
Look, Klopp won't do anything with Liverpool. Do you think? Wait. So you're saying if Pep leaves the Premier League, Klopp has a monopoly? Liverpool.
I'm not saying Klopp has a monopoly because Klopp's already shown he can get past Guardiola at any given time. It's in terms of the best managers in the league, it's Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp. And right now, if Klopp was to refresh his squad a bit and he stayed another year, say for example after Guardiola left, who would you honestly say is best chance to win trophies? It would be Liverpool. If they refreshed that squad, kept Klopp for another year, Guardiola was gone, Klopp would win anything at his disposal. He would.
Guardiola probably gone 2023.
Going beyond 2 seasons.
Let's face it, though. The likes of Man City.
If he wins if he wins the Champions League with Man City this season, he's leaving at the end of the season.
Which is not likely.
Because he would have achieved everything he wanted to with Man City. If he doesn't win this season, he will leave at the end of next season anyway, and probably go on to manage Spain.
Guardiola may as well do a Sergio Aguero. He may as well say he'll stay at Man City until he wins the Champions League and then just leave because he ain't going to win it. Man City are not going to win the Champions League with
Guardiola, bro.
I'm not even joking you. They will not win it.
So yeah, question for everyone from Luca. Thoughts on Arthur on loan from Juventus?
I don't know about that one.
He's a good player.
I thought Ramsey was coming back to the Premier League.
Don't know a great deal about him.
He's a decent midfield He's a decent box-to-box player. You just need to get the right midfield around him. The problem is at Juventus, they're playing a 4-4-2. They're expecting him to do everything, and it's not working.
Who would you say?
Isn't it Arthur that player that PSG and Juventus just did like a little hand-in-hand swap deal? And
no, that was it was Juventus and Barcelona. They swapped Arthur for Pjanic.
Yeah, I knew it was someone like that. They just went, we'll give you some money and give him you. And it's like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it was a bad swap because Pjanic was throw. Pjanic was just sucky, you know.
Pjanic is a quality midfielder.
Pjanic was sucky at Barca, and they didn't give him no chance for it.
Yeah, but Barca themselves are shite.
The system that Koeman put, there's no chance for Pjanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. That's
system
Ronald
they're playing
Koeman as a
now under
manager in general.
System they're playing now under Xavi, Pjanic would thrive.
That's why Coutinho forced out on loan as well.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Artur Melo, he's a decent midfielder. You need the best midfield around him. You need to be able to supply him.
He's a young guy. I don't know why you want to get rid of him. It's weird. Yeah.
I like Artur though, but he's not who I would say is best for Arsenal. You need proper experience in there that fits the league. Funnily enough, you need a player like Gini Wijnaldum.
Yeah, their new name is Bruno Gamaras. I think it's Gamaras or someone from Lyon. I don't know if that's the move though.
They need to get Premier League. They need to get players that are experienced but play the Premier League. Like Wijnaldum for loan makes sense. Like hell, even I'm trying to think who else you can look at. Like
I don't know. Newcastle and Arsenal want Wijnaldum. Yeah.
Right.
Like strong signing for Arsenal would be Basuma. Like, funnily enough, but they need experience. They need a Wijnaldum. They need hell. Even he's not great at PSG, but he would work. Idrissa Gueye and their Herrera, like anyone at PSG midfield gives some experience.
I don't see Ander Herrera going to Arsenal though.
He won't, but I'm just using them as an example. They need if you're looking at midfields like experience, they've got good midfield experience in the Premier League.
We just need a midfield that actually so we can actually play a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
that'd be a start.
With Bellingham to Liverpool.
BIOS 2.0
No. Bellingham's coming to us next year. We're not having this conversation. We're not having this.
Paul Steve
Bellingham in the summer.
Up by he's at the bottom of the tree.
Another
newbie.
So now we have 7 different representatives from 7 different clubs.
Maybe you should put Asian Sensation on top of Stephen, and we'll see how that goes.
Right. So.
Wait, sorry.
Big up, man.
How many people you allowed on here? Whoa.
Disappointing.
This is the prime server.
Because Arsenal come first in the alphabet.
She's on top of me. This is.
Back up. What kind of us are you?
It's musical chairs over here.
Guys, I have one request. I've got one request, if you don't mind. For the ultimate request. Everybody go on mute and just let me ask Niall one question.
Okay.
I just want to get his response.
What?
Everybody bar Luca. Everybody bar Luca go on mute. You need me to speak?
Speak.
Oh, is it me? Yeah.
All I need to ask Luca is one question. Are you going to sign Wijnaldum for your midfield? Do you want?
You know what? I changed my mind, right? I sort of want Jimmy Wijnaldum.
Are you going to have Renato Sanchez in your midfield?
Nope.
Tell me why.
Because the reason why with Renato Sanchez... the reason why with Renato Sanchez... Please, if you let me fucking explain, you're making me laugh. Right, Renato Sanchez, right, basically, the reason why is he was a flop at Swansea, right? Bayern Munich is unstandable because he wasn't going to get into the team. It doesn't matter whether he won the league at Lille, right? The French league's a piss league. Why would he be good enough at Arsenal?
Yeah, you think he'll shoot goals better?
Can I come back?
Right.
Can I come back?
Okay.
Mate,
let you come in a minute.
I'm telling you straight, mate. Renato Sanchez is crap.
Right. Okay. Now I'm gonna educate you.
I'm being serious.
Now I'm gonna educate you something very important that your club lacks. Renato Sanchez at the Euros and last season Ligue 1 had the most dribbles completed. He had the most forward passes. They also had the most short passes in terms of affecting games, creating chances. Here's another thing as well. He scored goals from midfield. Your midfield can't even score more than one.
Yeah, but he's not the Arsenal, mate. You really think he's
Can
going
I
to adapt in the
I'll
Premier
just make
League?
another point as well.
Yeah, but you really think he's going to actually flipping score goals in the midfield?
Hang on,
If you
hang
have a
on.
We
base
totally
around
need
him,
that
you
position.
high
Reese,
chances
I'll come in here.
to
Reese,
Anybody
I'll
want
come in here.
popcorn? I'm off
Just
to
make
make
it-
some
I just-
popcorn.
Even Ruben Neves
make
scored
some
in
popcorn, man.
midfield.
Sunday night, yeah.
Reese, by the way, I'll just make another point. He also, for example, you've won the league with Lille. Now, you might say it's a piss league for PSG. It ain't a piss league for Lille. Could tell you that right now. B, they just about won it. B as well. When he was at Swansea getting relegated, he was 18 and he played 7 games. What do you want him to do?
And he was
Be
also
the-
a league title winner, Benfica.
Did you want to buy out the FA and get everyone to
He's-
deduct points?
But he's not the answer, man. Ronaldo Sanchez is... Why would he adapt it?
Yeah,
Mate,
but how's he crap?
I know he was...
How is he
But-
crap? Even if he's not the
I
answer,
get
how's he
that,
crap?
but if he's not good enough to
Steven,
Swansea, why
yeah,
would he
got
be good
this,
enough for
yeah.
Arsenal? People got to
Hold
think about
on a minute. Hold on. It doesn't your midfield currently consist of a Real Madrid flop that was a wonder kid, but you give him a chance. But Renato Sanchez is a no deal.
What's that got to do with
Because they're
Odegaard?
both in the same bracket. Renato Sanchez was a wonder kid, absolute baller.
Mate,
He won't touch him with
Odegaard. People were
But-
clarifying Odegaard as a wonder kid by watching YouTube clips of Martin Odegaard at Real
And
Madrid.
the exact
Luka,
same with Renato
is that
Sanchez,
what
but at
you
least
do?
he was at Real Madrid
Mate,
doing it. They were both
Mate,
at very
I don't rate
prestigious
Odegaard.
clubs.
I don't rate Odegaard, but he's
Can I-
playing very
we
well.
just
Behave
move on?
yourself. He's actually doing something that you can't.
But
Mate,
can we just
mate,
move
I'm
on
being
to? We need to
serious.
move on to Andre Silva here.
I'm being serious.
Right,
I'm being
Don't bring in
serious.
someone that was
I'm
14
being
seconds
serious.
late on a fax machine.
Fax machine,
God,
yeah.
man.
This is the thing you're failing to understand, right?
No.
Ronaldo Sanchez won the league in his first season as a 16-year-old in the midfield for Benfica. 16 years old. Name an Arsenal player that's done that.
Okay, well, Manchester United fans take Ronaldo Sanchez.
I would take Ronaldo Sanchez. I wanted him before Bayern.
Would he improve your midfield? Would he
At the
improve
time,
your
yes, he
midfield?
would have.
Would he
Yes, he
improve-
would have, and he
would
still
would
does
he get
right
ahead
now.
of Bruno Fernandes? Would he get
He
ahead
doesn't
of
play as a
Fred?
number 10. He's not a number 10. He's a box-to-box player.
Mate, would he get ahead of your midfield?
He gets
You
ahead
know-
of fucking Manchester
Harry
McTominay and
Williams.
Fred with his,
You
with his
don't
eyes
know
shut.
Harry goes,
He's asked for Portugal over Bruno Fernandes.
He's not a number 10 though. Bruno Fernandes is a number 10. Renato Sanchez is a box-to-box player. Fuck me, watch football and you'll see, like, he's a good player. The problem is, the problem with Renato Sanchez is, you said he's a flop at Swansea. Did you not see that Swansea team?
Good
That
enough,
Swansea
man.
team was fucked for the get-go. It's not his fault. Do you expect him to come in and
Mate.
score 30 goals a season?
Sorry?
Can I make?
Yeah, but we haven't had a midfielder, right?
Yeah, but, all right, Lucas.
Lucas all the
But you
time.
want Gini Wijnaldum now.
Alright, Lucas, serious
Yeah, but
question
Stephen,
for you.
yeah, but look, let
Oh,
Brad,
God
let Brad
almighty.
speak.
Give me a
Will ya?
fucking
Let
bottle
Brad
of
speak,
vodka.
people, yeah? Go on, Brad.
If you're not after the likes of Sanchez, who despite doing many things since his one time at Swansea, and you're not a fan of Odegaard, who the hell do you want to sort that?
Here's a
Doesn't even
question.
want Andre Silva.
Mate, I'll tell you.
Here's a
I'll tell you-
question, right? And this is no
Alright, I was
disrespect
going
to
to
Chloe.
answer Brad's question, but I'll let Reece speak.
Who he wants? He wants Valovich, bro.
Here's a question, and this is no disrespect to Chloe, right? This is no disrespect to Chloe. But he's basically saying he doesn't want Renato Sanchez, who flopped at Swansea. I bet you if you asked him if you want Yves Bissouma, who plays for a team as equally as
Mate,
not
I'd take
great as
Bissouma in a
Swansea, he would
heartbeat.
say.
He's not better than Swansea.
I'd take
Hang on,
Bissouma
we
in
don't
a
even
heartbeat.
Oh,
Bissouma's
look
going
at the look you are getting,
we don't know if
Reece.
Bissouma's going to end up in prison yet.
Are inconsistent.
Reece, hold on a minute, yeah. I would take Bissouma in a heartbeat. Doesn't mean
No.
Brighton are going to sell him to us.
No.
Yeah?
No,
I'd
yeah,
take
I wouldn't.
Bissouma in a heartbeat.
No, why? Because he can't even show himself off the pitch, let alone on the pitch.
Bissouma
No.
is
You
50
don't know if you're
million
going to
quid's
jail
worth
cell,
at
yeah?
Brighton. You really think we're going to pay 50 million to
Luca,
Brighton for
I
Bissouma?
grew
Well,
up-
considering
no,
the fact
I
that
grew
we
up-
value Tarek Lantis
Luca,
30 million
can I
and
give
Brighton
you-
told us 40 million or piss off.
Reece,
So that
Reece,
just shows
Well,
Brighton.
this
One at a time.
Bissouma thing, right? Here's a little thing that I grew up with Arsenal thing, right? If you did
Intention.
something like what he did, like was it assault? Was it in a
Um,
nightclub? You would be thrown out the club before
Yeah, of
you
course he
get
would.
vomited.
been
course he
released
would.
pending an investigation, whereas the other guy is
Yeah,
still
but
out on bail.
Either,
So it's
either
looking
if,
more like he was
yeah.
just with the other guy than. No one
Yeah,
actually
but he-
knows what happened, so it's a bit nasty to actually.
Wait, is this
make
what happened to
no,
Bissouma?
but the
like,
thing
during
is,
that night?
even
I'll-
if you
I'll
were,
next
even
one.
if you, Jermaine, I think for Jermaine Pennant got in
Penalty
trouble
for
one
proven
time.
guilty.
Yeah, But either way, you would have been
Unless
sold by
you're
the club.
Mendy.
The club wouldn't have had it. You would have been gone.
No, yeah, absolutely. Like, I think the thing is, right, is if you just say, oh, you don't want a player because they flopped at one club, it isn't right to judge them, because that's like saying,
Yeah, but it's no point saying
There's one
like,
person out of
okay,
24
you flopped
players.
at one club, and then you go improve at a better club. Means okay,
I think
you
as
want to go and
well,
attract that.
certain
talk
players
about-
play better for different teams.
Yeah,
You wanna-
They can
and different
excel at
leagues.
one, move somewhere else, and absolutely flop.
You want to talk
Different
about
leagues as well help that.
flops, right? You want to talk about flops is like, for me, a genuine flop is a player who consistently year on year does not live up to price tag. If you call them a flop after one season, then there's something seriously wrong with you.
Jacko.
Whereas Jack Yosh has already proved he's a flop for me already.
It's like
so
we're
I'm
linked with Vlahovic, right? Right. We don't know if this
You
guy's
called
going
him
to
a
adapt.
burner of
We
flop.
don't know. We don't know if this guy's going to be adapted in the Premier League. Yeah. Okay.
So why are you saying you wouldn't take Andre Silva because you want to adapt to the Premier League then?
Because I don't rate him.
Do you rate? Okay, Luca.
Oh, fuck.
Everyone mute
Yeah,
yourself.
If he doesn't read
Second.
100, so I can't have a
Let Nippon
conversation.
ask
Okay.
this question. Go on. Go on,
Luca,
Nippon.
do you
Go on,
rate
Nippon.
Haaland?
Who did he say?
Do you rate Erling Braut Haaland?
Haaland. Get it right.
Yeah.
Haaland.
His name,
Yes.
Luca, there's no need for that. He did pronounce his name correctly. It is Holland.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought, to be fair, I thought with Haaland myself.
Do you rate Haaland?
Yeah, I think Haaland's good.
And you don't rate Andre Silva?
No, I don't. No.
What if I told you that he outscored Andre? What if I told you that he outscored Haaland in the Bundesliga?
How is he going to do that? How is
behind Robert Lewandowski.
Yeah, but Nippon.
And you're telling me you don't rate Haaland?
Nippon, mate.
You rate
How is
Andre
he
Silva?
gonna
Luca, he
outclass
outscored him
Haaland
by
is
7
10
goals
times
in the
better?
Bundesliga last season. Facts.
But look what Werner and Kai Havertz have done. Look what Werner's done. Werner killed
I've
it with
got
previous
this
German
horrible
club.
feeling, Luca, you've fallen into the ability to check the FIFA card ratings to decide.
You know the worst thing about this is people automatically attack Werner and they automatically attack Havertz. Is you didn't give Havertz time to settle in. Look what he's doing at Chelsea. He's actually a good player. And Werner's having to struggle because he's not playing the system that actually suits him. Yeah, he's a good player. I'd have him in Man United, and that's a fact.
You can't hit a barn door.
You employ Neil Mopey. I don't think you should be talking
can't hit a
about.
But here's the
He's
thing, though.
outscoring his XG currently. Just like to put that out there.
Neil
Is it
McTay
I will just mention actually, like, and this is what I've always said, right? I remember when we bought, even though I was very young, when we bought Perez in, his first season was appalling. He wasn't good at all. He took a year to settle in. This is what I'm saying. Even with especially with top strikers and forwards, they need time. They need a season to adapt to the Premier League. It's at least a season to adapt, right? Would you actually do that, though, Luca? I wonder.
Luca would be like, if they don't
Not
score.
for Andre Silva, no. Not for Andre Silva, no.
Have you ever watched?
I'm
going to ask you a
still ain't going to stop me.
I mean,
It still ain't going to stop me changing my mind.
He
gonna ask you a
outscored
serious question.
Haaland by 7 goals and was only a few goals
And Vlahovic.
off being top scorer in the Bundesliga.
Correct,
You look at Haaland.
When was that? Last season?
Yeah, but Nippon, you look at Haaland, right? If he came to the Premier League like Man City, he'll fucking kill it. He'll kill it.
There's no guarantees.
There's no guarantees.
No.
And by the way, he's 20 years old.
Everyone said
Well, mate,
Lukaku was going to team shot
you
with
gotta remember
Chelsea. And he's
Haaland.
doing fuck all.
Haaland is only
Werner hasn't done
21 years
anything at
old.
Chelsea,
He's still
so what's
got a
the
lot of
difference
development
with
to
in the
do.
Champions
and
League.
Andre Silva? What's the difference between Andre Silva and Werner? Werner's got more experience than Andre Silva.
That's a lie.
But he scores more goals.
Werner,
Yeah, if he got more of his name,
club
then he's probably got more experience.
But at Chelsea, he had a good start at Chelsea, and then he flopped.
Do you know why? Do you know why he's struggling? It's because Lampard's a fucking moron.
Because
Lampard used
killed
him in
his
the wrong.
confidence.
Lampard used him in the wrong manner, and it
If
didn't help.
Tuchel was at Chelsea at the beginning before Lampard didn't come, then fair enough. Tuchel might have got Werner the best out of him.
He would have done.
Sorry,
I'm honestly, I'm laughing my tits off that.
sorry for being ignorant. I just want to ask, like, I know Brad's a Leicester fan. I know Nippon's Chelsea, and Reece and Nara and Man United. I know Luca's trying to be Arsenal, but 1 minute he's Man United, then next minute he's Chelsea.
What? Just when I'm a Chelsea fan.
You made that comment the other day, didn't you? You were singing the Chelsea song the other day.
Oh yeah.
Right,
Speaking of
you still have to wear a Chelsea shirt, Luca. You still have to wear a Chelsea jersey on one of.
You still got to wear a Man United shirt, boy.
I have to buy one.
A Chelsea shirt. It's not a jersey, but yeah.
You do, Nippon, mate.
And you've still to wear a Tottenham shirt, nothing.
No, it's a Man United shirt.
Yeah, Man United. I mean.
When you lose a bet to
No,
me,
the Germany shirt.
When you lose a bet to me, I make the rules, and he's got to wear a Man United shirt on stream. And I can't wait to screen record the fucker.
Exactly.
I'm going to screen record it, and I'm going to put a little tag saying, Nippon is my bitch. Just kidding, Nippon, you're not. But look, I'm going to say this in the right way possible, right?
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine.
You talk about you just don't rate Andre Silva.
No, I don't.
How can you not rate a player that actually won the Nations League, even though it's not exactly funny, because England couldn't win it? And he's won the European Championships. He's won the Portuguese Championship. He was consistently scoring goals for Frankfurt, who were actually an average team.
Not in the Europa League.
And he won a domestic trophy with them. Yeah, you're saying, he's not that good. But I would take Erling.
Mate.
I would take Vlahovic.
He's going to flop in the Premier League.
How do you know?
So's my left volley. That would flop if I don't have the full package to work in the whole game. If you don't have everything to your game, you're going to flop. But if you're saying Silva's good, if you said Silva would flop straight away, then nah.
You don't know.
Has anyone got FIFA open? Can you check his skill moves to see if that bargains him into it? If he's got 4-star skill moves, you might get him in your team. You might.
Look up, see for the type of fan you are, right? And I'm genuinely serious. See for the type of fan you are. You deserve a Danny Welbeck for your attitude towards
Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, you honestly do.
Look, the last time they had a player like Welbeck, he scored a goal in mid-February and they thought they won the league. Don't do that to them.
No, the last time they had Danny Welbeck, they actually won a trophy.
They don't.
When Welbeck scored at Old Trafford.
Keep going, Nathan. Honestly, keep this going, because I'm not finished.
Keep this going, mate. You've got to keep this going.
In fact, Mope's actually a likeable guy. I like Mope. You deserve... Who's his side bitch at Brighton? Mope's side bitch striker at Brighton.
Sorry?
Who's the other striker that plays at Brighton? Not Welbeck, not Mope, the other.
Trossard. Trossard's are only on the field. We had Connolly, but he's gone out on loan to Middlesbrough.
Connolly?
So Chloe, you're a Brighton fan?
Yeah, I do, probably.
Yeah, she's a Brighton fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
As an Arsenal fan, you honestly deserve a player like Aaron Connolly. If you do not rate Andre Silva, you deserve Aaron Connolly.
I wouldn't even give him that much. I'd give him David Connolly from the time for that 6 years.
What makes you think Aaron Connolly is going to bang goals at Arsenal?
Because you've literally just said Andre Silva would flop, so you've literally just...
Hey, Aaron Lallana.
Just remember, guys, he's just proved my point because he said that Connolly wouldn't score goals.
You can come back on my channel anytime you want. You prove my points.
Luca, do you want Perez?
Hold on,
Lucas Perez.
What is
Jose Perez?
I'm doing a Hulk Hogan because I've just topped this guy.
Jose Perez.
As long as you don't speak like Hogan and stop coming out with phrases.
No way.
Don't worry, I can speak to Hogan, but I do speak to Iron Sheik.
They would take Tillemans.
Mate, I'd take Tillemans.
Yeah, I'd take him on another 6-year contract. A lifetime contract.
What you said about Arthur? What do you make about Arthur?
Arthur's shit.
Because apparently Arthur's... I was asking Reece.
Arthur's shit, mate.
I was asking Reece, mate.
What about Arsenal?
About apparently because Arthur looks more like he's going to end up going to Arsenal.
Yeah, I think he's a decent player. Like the problem with Artur Melo, he's a good box-to-box player, Artur Melo. The problem is, in my honest opinion, you do not have the midfield that will actually work with him. Like he's like as a box-to-box player, he doesn't actually have a good midfield at Juventus. Locatelli's inconsistent.
That's not what we need, though.
Ben Tanker's god awful. He's a Luca player. Like generally,
Ben Tanker is crap.
No, Ben Tanker. Get it right.
It's crap.
Like you look at you look at
But
Arthur
McKennie's
Melo,
better.
he needs the midfield around him, and Arsenal don't have the midfield that would suit him.
Mate, we don't even have midfield to play a game yet, let alone play, let alone have midfield.
This is why you need someone like Jimmy Wijnaldum, Premier League experience.
How would you know? You said Nottingham earlier on.
Genie is like 30, 31.
Hold on a minute, Luca. Hold on a minute. I was on about videos. Reece is right. About 3 weeks ago, you were asked the exact question. You said he was shit, he was no good, he shouldn't come back.
I said this.
Chloe, all I need to tell you is, at least I can apologise for
I
saying
tell you what,
Brighton.
Michael Jackson didn't backtrack as much as this, and he could moonwalk.
Moonwalk from where he's watching.
Here, I have to eat humble pie. I said Brighton were a shit club.
But hang on, you're saying Arthur shit. How many games have
Arthur's made 4 appearances. Why is it every time that Arsenal...
Because he's with a Juve side that's an overloaded
midfield.
midfield.
Every time when Arsenal sign a midfielder, that doesn't make a lot of appearances.
Luca,
it's like asking your club, why did you say...
He's an overloaded...
It's like me. It's like
he's an overloaded midfield. It's an overloaded midfielder, Juventus, too, right? If you may not noticed, how many games have you watched of Arthur recently?
I can comfortably say one game.
Couple of games.
So if you watch, are you doing this? No. If you hang on, let me finish. Hang on, wait. You're gonna love this bit. You're gonna love this bit. If you, Luca, let me finish. If you're sitting there saying you've only watched a couple of games and you're saying you shit, are you now doing what Arteta did to Saliba, which is judge after 2 games and then send him home?
Not really, because I rate Saliba. Yeah, but Steve, you're not getting the point, Stephen. I rate William Saliba. He played 1 pre-season friendly against MK Dons.
But Arteta didn't.
Dons.
He got Sheffield United.
That got amazing.
Yeah. But no, Saliba...
Grand 74 years old, she did a job against MK Dons.
He played 1 pre-season friendly game, right? And Arteta, right, ends up getting rid of Saliba. And now
but you're dumping Arthur after only watching 2 games.
What's this got to do with Saliba compared to Arthur?
Because you're basically doing the same thing
because
what Arteta did.
We're running out of midfielder squad you buy and be happy with.
Luca, you've already said no to Renato Sanchez, who's a baller. You're now saying Arthur Melo. Like, Sancho's a baller.
Man, what does he do, mate?
Is he better than Xhaka?
I don't care if he's better than
Mate, my man's better than Xhaka.
We need a midfielder that's going to
It's because he's better than Xhaka.
I'd rather get someone like Bruno Guimaraes from Lyon or Jimmy Wijnaldum on loan. Someone Premier League experience to do a job until the end of the season. None of this Arthur Melo situation.
I'd take Wijnaldum for a season or 2, actually.
Archer. The Brazilian pronounce it as Archer.
Being honest, I'd actually take...
Bruno Guimaraes is quality, man.
Being honest, if it came down to it, I'd take Wijnaldum for a season or 2. To be honest,
I'll take Wijnaldum, man.
The problem with you guys be getting Guimaraes is you tried to sign Alwar and you got ripped to pieces. You ain't getting Guimaraes.
No.
Not listed though, no.
Let's face it, your midfield is built up of a party sack. So, I mean, what chance have you got, really, to get these players
The only way we're going to get him is if we manage to get Champions League football.
The problem with like football fans right now is they say, oh, because he's only played 4 games, or he's not good enough. Like, football fans are quick to judge. Football fans are fickle as fuck.
Yeah.
You can ask football fans to debate a political debate and they would still get it wrong. Like, Arthur Melo's a good midfielder. If he wasn't a good midfielder, Juventus would never have wanted him.
Yeah.
Barcelona would never have signed him. He's a good midfielder. The problem is you need to accommodate him. It's like Salah. If you don't accommodate him at Liverpool are useless. Salah's not going to do anything. It's like Lewandowski at Bayern Munich. If you don't cater to him in the right way, you're going to fail. Man United with Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, if you don't cater to their strengths, you're going to fuck up. Get the midfield right. With Arthur Melo, you will finish top 4.
And plus, if you looked at their midfield, Locatelli, Cuadrado, Ramsey, like, he's got a lot of Rabiot as well. There's a lot of players.
It's an overloaded midfield.
Just to get in the
I have a question to ask.
That's why he's getting rid of players.
Any of you guys would take Rabiot?
No.
No,
I wouldn't, because I don't trust his attitude as a player. His attitude,
probably not. No.
His attitude is right.
Maybe a few years ago, yeah, but not now.
He's just not up to. His attitude is absolutely rank rotten. I would not. I would avoid him by a barge pole.
Which other midfielders is there out there apart from Arthur?
There's plenty of midfielders if Arsenal had the ambition to go and sign one.
About 250.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I don't know which ones are going to be good enough for your liking.
I'll tell you what, I think I might find a player that you might want, Luca, right? And he comes from
Mark Noble.
essentially
Mark
what's
Noble.
now
You
a
should
top
say
6
Mark
club.
Noble.
You can
He's
have
a baller. He's 26 years old. He scores penalties for West Ham. Like his name is Mark Noble.
Who's this?
You can have our fourth choice. You can have our fourth choice, Mendy. You can have him if you want. Will he get in your midfield?
No way. He's shit.
Only because he's a baller, mate. He's a baller.
Luca,
I know Nippon wants to talk about the next game, so I'm going to wrap up this Arthur Melo point. Right, I'm going to shut down this Arthur point right now for you.
Luca, Steve, is your debate finished?
Before you move on, Nippon,
Mate, mine wasn't even a debate. I just came on to talk about.
It was very one-sided.
I'm going to end this right now, and then you can move on, Nippon.
Yeah, no worries.
You wouldn't take Arthur Melo as a midfielder, right? Then you, as a football fan, deserve the following players: Mark Noble, Tom Cleverley,
nope,
Danny Drinkwater.
No way.
You deserve
Kevin Nolan.
You deserve Martin Odegaard. Funnily enough, you deserve Granit Xhaka.
Okay, so United then. So United.
You actually,
okay.
Arthur Melo's actually a good midfielder.
He
just
does
skill moves on people. Watch him play football.
I fucking love you.
But you're stuck with Scott McTominay at the club. You're stuck with Matic at the club.
Oh, I can't wait for Luca's Arsenal side to sign Akinbaye.
Stuck with Matic, but didn't you? Stuck with Matic, but didn't you not say
he had £1 billion quid on FIFA and he bought Calvert Lewin instead of Kane Haaland?
That says it all. Luca, you say we're stuck with Matic, but didn't you not say to me 2 weeks ago you would take Nemanja Matic? So I want our midfield. I want our midfield overhauled. Yes, we're stuck with McTominay. Yes, we're stuck with Fred. Yes, we're stuck with Matic. Yes, we're stuck with Donny van der can't even find his girlfriend. Let alone
another midfielder who I would take is Sakara or Boubacar Kamara.
No, I won't allow that. No, intervention.
Last time we bought a Mönchengladbach DM, it didn't turn out very well.
Let's move on from.
That's because you signed a criminal, not a footballer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on now.
Let's just end that there now.
All the next team you play Basuma, I'll be Blake Xhaka.
Time for
what did Nippon want to do?
Go on, Nippon.
Right, Nippon, on you go.
Yeah,
so
Nippon.
first match is gonna. So the first match of next week is gonna be from Matchday 17 on the 18th of January.
Wait, what?
30. Burnley versus Watford.
Oh,
Luca,
don't care that game.
Watford will smash Burnley, bro.
That's got
Burnley.
That's got 0-0 all over it.
Watford smash Burnley 3-0.
Burnley, Watford.
I'm gonna start with Luca and end with go all the way down to Reese and then end with myself.
Yeah, no worries.
Beautiful.
I'm glad you said that sentence properly, otherwise we'll be advocating something else.
Okay, what's the question?
Score. No.
So yeah,
Burnley versus
Between
Watford.
Burnley and Watford.
Burnley v Watford, the score 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah.
Steve,
2-0 Watford.
Burnley versus Watford. What are we saying?
2-0 Watford.
I'm writing that down as we go along, by the way.
Cool. Right, that makes a lot of sense. That's very terrible. It was an attempt at a Russian accent. I was trying to be Andre Arshavin for the day, but it didn't work.
What is going on?
I'm trying
No one has
to
any
entertain
idea anymore, fellas.
Okay.
No one has
So Chloe,
No, don't ask
Watford
me that.
versus Burnley. What are we saying?
0-0. Ball draw.
There's a lot of echo in this.
So Chloe's going.
Who's got the echo? Who's phoning a friend and who wants to be a millionaire?
I don't know. Put the
It
echo.
wasn't like now it first.
Whoever's got an echo, turn it off.
Ain't me.
Brad.
Hey, mate.
Mate, I've got my pillow ready because if I have to watch that game, I'm gonna get me insomnia cured. It's gonna be 0-0, mate.
0-0, yeah.
Yeah. Two boring championship sides incoming.
Asian, what are we saying?
3-0 Watford.
Right, mute your mic just in case you hear.
Emmanuel Dennis Brace and King go.
Okay. Niall,
It's really bad.
Burnley versus Watford, what are we saying?
1-1.
Okay.
Don't worry, Brad. My prediction, you will be disappointed.
Yeah, who's? Yes, this is really.
It's not me.
It ain't me. My phone ain't good enough to make it.
Reece, Burnley versus Watford, what are we saying?
0-0 and a few broken runs.
Very specific.
Pick it up,
So,
here.
the next game will be. This
Hang
is
on,
our
hang-
department, Chloe.
Hang on,
Brighton
Asian.
versus Chelsea.
Oh man, this is an early game because of the World Cup, Club World Cup, right?
Yeah.
Luca,
We're going to win that one. I've got a good feeling.
What is it? Because I can't
You
hear
know what?
this echo situation. Someone's got an echo in the back.
right,
Echoes and
Yeah,
noise.
someone's got a really bad echo. Honestly.
Whoever's causing echoes.
Right, it ain't me. It ain't Reece.
Not me.
Ain't me.
Like Brad. Try.
It can't be me because I've been in the whole time and it's
Hang
only
on,
just a
Is
bit.
it you,
Stop,
Asian
stop.
Sensational? Is it you?
It's the pun. It's the pun.
No.
Wait, just stop then.
Are you
It's the
sure?
pun.
I'm now excited
Are you
again.
laughing?
right.
The pun. You got a really bad echo on yours.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm probably in a very wide open space then. So,
Stanford Bridge must be
What's the
shocking.
next game?
so Brighton versus Chelsea. Luca, what are we saying?
Where's that? Stamford Bridge.
Nah, it's at the Amex Arena.
Ooh, it's at the American Express. I'll better get my bank card.
2-1 Chelsea.
Oh, okay. He's going Chelsea. Steve, Brighton versus Chelsea. What are we saying?
A 1-0.
Steve, you're
I will survive.
What's this noise, bro?
Your turn, too.
Okay. Chloe,
Chloe looks to kill
what are we saying?
1-0.
1-0 Brighton. Okay. Brad,
I'm going for a goal.
Burnley.
I'm going to go for
3-0 Brighton.
No, 3-all.
3-all.
That'd be something considering we both stuff.
Sorry, Chloe. Sorry, it was Nick's fault. I wish I could say 3-0 Brighton, but I kind of want to catch you up to psychologically. You can drop a point and we'll win. That's how I'm winning.
Brad, you realise this isn't Brentford versus Liverpool from early in the season?
Why
Right.
the big echo?
I am Asian. Burnley versus Brighton. Sorry, Brighton versus Chelsea. What are we saying?
3-1 Chelsea, bro. Lukaku, bro.
That's an illness.
Nah, honestly, I don't see it, but 3-1. Niall, Chelsea versus Brighton. What are we saying?
2-2.
2-all.
Nipper, maybe if you after you've asked, if you mute it, it'll get rid of the echo and then ask again. Yeah, that's right. So once you've asked, then mute it.
That was it?
That way, yeah. Then it.
Yeah,
then
so
we
if you
can
let
all
Nick
answer.
speak and mute
Yeah, it was
himself, won't have the
nipping.
echo.
It was nipping, bro. See what I mean?
The host is the host.
So, Reece, Brighton versus Chelsea. What do we say?
2-1 Brighton.
I would
Yes,
say that. I
then.
changed my mind.
That's better.
Well, it's near you on the
I thought
favourite.
that.
And Pulisic to get sent off.
What the heck?
I'm trying to get back on the bad side.
Come on, Captain America.
You just kicked
Come
yourself off
on,
the top of the
man.
list just like that. You were
Nah,
close
it's just-
favourite for 3 seconds.
I think what you're doing
I'm
is
on the-
you're trying to wind us both up.
I'm only kidding. I'm sticking with 2-1. I'm sticking with 2-1 Brighton, but I do think there will be a sending off in this game.
Let's look at how you went from top
be
of a
fair,
tree to then saying
Do you know
it'd be
what?
Pulisic
I'm
to get sent off.
always fine with Brighton. Like people say that like there's a rivalry now between Arsenal and Brighton. No, I don't have that rivalry with Arsenal.
You're just Brighton's bitch.
It's because like
Brighton's our both side.
Yeah, I've
No,
never
'cause-
found that. That's it.
no, it's but I think probably because of what happened with the Morpay incident. But then like I've moved on from that. Some Arsenal fans don't, but they never
There
move on
is
from anything.
no
Do they? So
rivalry.
it's just like I mean like.
Stephen, do you think the rivalry's because of the same reason that we get stick from Man United fans? Because you stole their best defender and they got better.
So yeah, I've gone. Unfortunately, I've gone 2-1 Brighton as well. Yep,
Really?
this is the second time I've gone against my own team. Honestly,
What?
No. You've gone against one of your 13 teams that you support.
Wait till Chelsea play Arsenal in the second game of the season. You'll probably predict an Arsenal win.
no,
Yeah.
we're beating them scumbags. We are beating them scumbags. I'm never predicting a loss against us.
Hey,
Just
you
wait
can
till
call
Rangnick-
me a scumbag. Don't call me a scumbag. What do you want?
Just wait
Right.
till Rangnick meets Tuchel. You'll beat him off the park.
I just can't wait for Renato Sanchez to join Arsenal alone to lose
Echoes back from Midfield.
And Andre Silva.
Does anyone else just lose their style of thought when they hear that echo? And it's like, oh, what was I saying?
It's nipping, bro.
Yeah,
Right.
It'd be quite awkward.
I'm just going to ask the question and then go on mute.
It's
Yeah.
quite awkward when you speak when Matt obvious response is
Let Nick and ask so he can
Okay, Matchday and now Leicester City versus Tottenham Hotspur. Luca, what do you
I've
say?
seen some quick score predictions.
Leicester v Tottenham.
hang on. Nick,
Can someone turn that echo off? Thank you. Right, Leicester v Tottenham.
Such manners.
Politeness.
This is a hard one to say, really. Leicester are not really on good form. Spurs.
Hold on, won our last 2
excuse
games.
me. Why is this a hard
FA Cup
one?
champions. We're not on good form.
Yeah,
Still more
they
so
are.
well than
Can
usual.
I'm gonna go for a Leicester win, just because they're at home. A Leicester win, just
What?
because they're at home.
That's
Stephen's going. Where's the vodka?
No.
Prediction,
Chloe's like, I might start drinking tea after this.
2-1
Fair
Leicester.
dude. What? Then 2-1.
Mate, I know I'm a liver patient, but I need to start drinking after this one.
2-1
Leicester
Leicester.
versus Tottenham. What are we saying?
2-1 Leicester.
Well, this is easy. Leicester 2-0. Because it's the scum. It's not against Tottenham. Fuck them. They could be
I know
against
you are,
like,
so I won't
they
let
could
that
be
go.
against Winnie
It's not
United,
fair,
mate.
like
I'd still predict Winnie United to win.
Yeah.
Don't care. It's my right. Don't care. Don't want them winning. No.
You'll hear some
You've never
recurring
seen me on camera predict them
predictions
to win.
from you there.
Never.
Can't wait to give my prediction on this one.
I don't see how that was a
Reece always
difficult
has
one.
the wackiest predictions of them all.
Because he's good at it.
Yeah, but Luca, why is
Yes, I
that
can't
a
wait
difficult
for my
one? You're an
prediction.
Arsenal fan. It should be a Tottenham loss.
You know, I can't wait for my
What I'm
prediction.
trying to say is, what I'm
That's
trying to
not-
say
Don't
is-
be tribalistic, man.
That's great, isn't it?
I'm not being tribalistic. I'm just being an Arsenal fan. It's
Yeah,
just,
but Leicester,
I predict
Leicester's
something to
record
lose.
against
That's it.
Tottenham beat Leicester, was it like
Stick
4
your
That's like,
Stick your-
would you ever go on camera and say Liverpool going to win?
Leicester City versus Tottenham. What are we saying?
I'm going to go, just because everyone else has said that Leicester will win, I'm going to say Spurs.
I used to like you.
Never like Brighton
Yeah, I used to
anyway.
like it.
Crap team.
I used to
I think it'll be a close game, but yeah, I'll go 3-2 Spurs.
I used to like her. Oh, Brighton get
Yeah,
relegated.
Brighton were. I used to rate Brighton. Now they're shite at the go down.
I hope you take this
What's
to my
her name?
Right, Brad.
Oh,
your turn.
don't say. No, I can't have that now. Look, I've just been given the bottom lip treatment. That's not fair.
I'm gonna go step.
Well, Brad, to be fair, you did predict her team not to win.
At least I give them a draw. Oh,
Notice how you sound like a woman there, like after like.
Anyway, Brad, Leicester City versus Tottenham. What are we saying?
7-0 Leicester. Fuck the Spurs. Fuck Kane. Fuck everything about them. In fact, just for Luca, a player's going to come in on an emergency loan and Renato Sanchez is going to bang a hat trick.
Renato Sanchez.
And we'll win 7-0.
Renato Sanchez will not go to Leicester City.
No,
I hope
because
he
he's
does.
not good enough to get an output. Because obviously he's not a good enough player that anyone goes for.
Leicester's
I'm
got James
pissing myself. This is so fucking funny.
They've got other players.
But on a realistic prediction, Luca, I'm looking for you. 8-0. No.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Realistically, Kane could be in a full-on coma and still find a way to score. So Spurs are going to get 1 goal and we're going to get 4. That's more realistic.
3-1 Leicester.
I don't think we'll batter them. I really think we'll batter them.
I hope you do.
I hope
Don't
you
get
do.
battered everywhere they go. So, yeah, 3-1. So 3-1 Leicester. Asian, what are we saying?
As much as I want Tottenham or Leicester to win, it's very hard. I sit against the fans with a 2-2 draw here.
You have to mute. Continue.
He said 2-2.
I said that 2-2 draw. As much as I want each team to get something out of the game.
Right.
He's only
Niall,
what are we
saying?
2-1 Leicester.
Top man, Niall. Always liked you. You're always a good guy.
Cheers,
Not
mate.
sure what to say about you. Reece, doesn't matter what you predict either, because you know we have a hate relationship.
Well, Nippin's already gone, so I think we've already won anyway. We made Chelsea.
Luca's gone.
Oh,
He's gone to check Renato Sanchez's star rating on FIFA.
he's got to, no. I've heard breaking news on Ozil was just signed for Arsenal.
Okay.
No,
Niall, what did you say again? 2-1 Leicester, yeah?
Yeah.
Are we all in a
Oh,
different
God.
order now?
Yeah, Lucas booked it.
Reece, let's hear your wacky prediction now. Leicester
After
v
you-
Tottenham. What are we saying?
Flip you and Chloe first, and then we're good.
What?
Yeah,
Get rid of the echo.
Mute yourself so he can give his.
I'm
Two.
gonna give you a scary good prediction.
So go on.
Leicester to win 5-2.
Are you serious?
If I wasn't being serious, I wouldn't give you a
Get him
scary
up this tree. Promote him. Get him off the top. We can't have him landing on the bottom. I've always liked Reece. He's a good lad. Speaks a lot of sense. Get him up the tree. Come on.
Right.
In all fairness, I do think Leicester will win this game.
It always is.
By how many goals?
I'm
Going down.
5-0.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Vardy scored Harry Kane.
Vardy's out for 8 weeks.
Oh, yeah, he's
We've got Patson Daka
Oh.
loves scoring goals.
I'm going.
yeah.
I'm going 2-1 Tottenham.
Of course you would.
I ain't coming on this channel again.
What?
He's such an London FC fan.
How is a London rival going to...
No,
Oh.
don't
Don't start it off.
I'm taking my Chelsea hat off and putting my football hat on.
No.
You put it on upside down.
Just leave it on.
Fine.
Who've Arsenal got? That's all I need to remember. See,
Just
Matt Ball.
leave it.
Matt Ball, we love him.
Wait.
He's saying sit on Leicester.
Just for you, Brad. Just for you, Brad. I've gone 1-0 Leicester. Just for you.
You said
Yeah,
2-1.
top man. There is Arsenal.
I said 2-1 Tottenham before, but I wanted to keep Brad happy.
It's because we called you. It's because we called you London FC.
Who does Brad support?
Brad supports Leicester.
Brad supports pizza.
So, Brentford versus Manchester United.
Oh,
Steve, what are we saying?
skip.
Man United gets 2 again.
Brighton away.
Who?
We're playing Brentford. Sorry, Brentford away.
I was going to say.
Yeah, we're not playing.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We've got to play 2 games in one day.
Do you know what? After what they were doing in the first game of the season, I'm going to say 2-0 Brentford.
You think Brentford...
You were giving it after that. You were giving it.
I had to though. It's the rules.
If you lose 2-0,
much better
I'm
at
on you, mate.
For a moment, I thought Luca died. He's here.
No, I'm still here now. I'm back.
Right. Luca, what are we saying? Brentford versus Man United.
I can.
United.
What?
Man United.
Do you
will win,
get right?
2-1.
You get like the most right or
Just
something?
turn on the...
United 2-1. United 2-1. Just. Man United will win this.
Somebody remember every one of these predictions for when he tweets them around later in the week and said he wants the players. And
Do you know why they're going to do that, Luca? Because they're going to buy Andre Silva and he's going to score the winner. And when
Not really.
score second goal.
Not really, mate.
Steve, Man United versus Brentford versus Man United. What are we saying?
Who, me? I've already said
Yeah.
2-0 Brentford.
2-0 Brentford. No, they're not Tottenham, mate. You can predict the United.
No, but after the amount of stick they were giving me after the first game of the season, especially this one at the bottom of it. You're getting it.
I loved it.
Robbie, Brentford versus Man United. What are we saying?
Who? Me? Oh, yeah, I hate Brentford for a reason. So I'm going to go 3-0 United.
I love this chick.
Wait,
Hang on. 1 minute, you'd be like
That was a bit of a total straight up there, weren't it?
Yeah, she said the right things. She's no flip flop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, the echo annoying.
It's not she doesn't change her opinion about midfielders.
True.
Man United. Brad, what are we saying?
We're saying
Man
something,
United.
mate. Is it? Where's it at?
It's at the Brentford Stadium.
Oh, mate, that place is absolutely horrible. They make that ground sound twice as good. I know that's only 35 people, but still, Brentford made that place loud in comparison to the ground.
Jeez, freaking cancel that echo before I kill myself.
Yeah,
But to be honest with you, it's not going well at Manchester United. Something's clearly wrong in there. And Brentford, you look at Brentford's results at their own ground and the way they've played against these bigger sides, they gave us a run for our money. They sure as shit deserve something better than a loss against Chelsea. They drew with Liverpool. Yeah, if it weren't offside, they would have beat Liverpool as well. And I'm just sorry, just sometimes in football, I always say a good run is just as is easy to go on. A bad run is hard to get out of, and I'm actually going to go for a 1-1 draw. I just can't see Man U having enough. If it was Old Trafford, I'd maybe edge it. I'd maybe say they'd sneak an edge, but Brentford at home, it sounds fuller than Old Trafford, so that's going to be hard. It's a hard place to go to. There's no disrespect to United's form. They're a good team at home. They thrive and feed off that crowd. And if they keep Man United at bay, or even better, take a lead, I could even be wrong with 1-1, but I'm going to say 1-1.
It's quite interesting.
Ow.
I remember Filbert Street, mate. Filbert Street, I was racing at that stadium could only hold about 22,000, and sometimes it felt like 40 were there.
Yeah.
There's some classic results.
So, Asian.
Yeah.
What are we saying?
What?
Man United.
Brentford at home, Brentford Community Stadium. They did wonders against big teams like Arsenal and Liverpool. But Chelsea and Manchester City are the only team to get points often, like 3 points. So I'll go with a 2-2 draw here.
Who's typing it like a Windows 95 keypad?
Okay.
But I won't be surprised if Manchester United win or lose.
Niall, what are we saying?
2-0 Man United.
Wait, who just dropped out?
The
Asian, he had to go in this private chat.
He had to go. So
Until after this one, he was going.
Yeah,
And Chloe's
since
not
I'm
really too
not
far
always
behind.
looking at the private chat, would anyone wanting to drop out just tell me that they have to go and then drop their socials before going? Right.
Chloe,
what are you saying? This is your department.
just for one thing, Matt Ball, you're asking who's echoing? It's Nippon.
It's me, unfortunately.
Get some headphones, please.
it's not good for the YouTube standard for people because I'm just saying, but
Right,
Yeah,
Nippon, let's get it
Turn your
structured.
phone down, nothing. It might work.
Say who you're speaking to, mute yourself, let them speak, and then unmute, and everybody else keep quiet once the prediction's made and the person who it is finished speaking. We'll get this wrapped up quick then, won't we?
Yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
Reese, what are we saying?
I'm not looking forward to this one. I said at the start of the season, of all the teams in the Premier League, the promoted teams that generally will cause any team in the league a problem, I said Brentford. Because I watched them in the Championship. I think they're a very good side, refreshing to the league, play good football. The Danish links are working really well, and we are in for a proper battle. I will never predict United to lose, but I actually think we will lose. But I'm going to go with, to quote Roy Keane, hope is beggars belief. So I'm going to go 2-1. I'm going to go 2-1 Man United, but I don't think we're getting anything from Brentford. I'm not joking. I don't think we're going to get anything.
really?
Nope, I don't think so. Our players are like Arsenal, bottle jobs.
Right. Since you were honest, I'm going to give you my honest prediction as well. I'm going. Sorry, Reese, you're going to hate me for saying this. I'm going 1-0 Brentford.
If United, fair play. See, I'll say this now: if United don't get anything from Brentford, you can kiss top 4 goodbye, or any chance of top 4. After this is gone.
I agree.
So who's wait? If you don't finish top 4, who will?
If we don't get top 4, it'll be Tottenham.
You still think Antonio Conte will grind something out of these bottle jobs?
They've got 4 games in hand on Arsenal. Whether you think a game in hand are useful or not, it still has an impact. Like, those 4 games in hand literally can make Arsenal shit themselves.
Guys, I'm gonna
Fall asleep.
exit if that's okay. Yeah, maybe that.
Will you be able to come on next week's podcast, Chloe? Same time, 9 p.m.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'll send you the
don't
link
think I-
anyway.
Yeah, follow me back on Twitter.
What's your at?
Hide that comment, nothing. There you go.
I've put mine in the chat.
I'll probably need to do some more editing. Maybe I can do an edit of that United penalty after full time. No, I won't. I won't do that to you.
That was painful.
I won't do that to you, but that was
I'll
crazy.
talk to you guys later. Twitter and
Take care,
Instagram
mate.
is obviously British hater.
I'll send you the link for next week's podcast on Saturday.
Awesome.
Okay, see you.
Talk to you guys later.
Nice meeting
Bye.
you. Right, official. She's sound. She predicted a United win. She's in my good books for life, unless she predicts us to lose next week. Yeah, she's in.
Right. So the next game, Watford versus Norwich City, a relegation dogfight.
Wait, what?
A relegation dogfight.
Between who? Shine Sugar.
Watford and Norwich City.
Did we just do Watford?
Is this how many games have bloody Watford got to play?
653.
No, I'm saying because I thought we'd already done Watford.
We did Watford and Burnley, didn't we? And we predicted next week.
No, we're doing all of next week's.
All right. 2-0 Watford. I hope Norwich get absolutely pumped rotten. Can't stand them.
I have a shock result coming in one of these predictions, but I'm not going to tell you which ones they are.
It's probably Liverpool or Chelsea.
I've already said Chelsea were going to lose.
Yeah, but that wasn't really a shock.
Fair enough.
Be an even bigger shock if somebody says Man City win 9 or 10-0 this season.
Have they played Southampton yet?
Oh, shut up. That's harsh.
There's still time.
Ah, but be nice. Like, they're a good side, though. Good manager as well. He deserves a big 6 club.
I think it'd be a little bit funnier if Southampton teams got in the end of the season, just out of banter against
I
them.
predict that out of the teams, at the beginning of the season, my teams to go down were Watford, Southampton. From 18th to 20th, my 18th place team was Watford, 19th Southampton, and 20th Norwich City.
Yeah, I knew Southampton were not going to be a problem. They're not getting relegated. For me, it's Burnley, Norwich, Watford.
Newcastle.
Luca.
They'll survive.
Yes.
They'll brave officials.
Yes.
Watford versus.
Norwich.
Wait, do you think Newcastle is surviving?
Yeah, they'll brave officials.
Do you see the shit they're in?
Yeah, but there's a lot of shit around them.
I
They
think
just
Newcastle-
Yeah, but
Newcastle.
Polish turd is still turd. And that's Newcastle.
Yeah, you can't polish a turd. You're not going to get gold, are you?
Unfortunately,
still
but Burnley have just lost their best striker, which is funny being Chris Wood, but it's still a fact. That's a big loss on them.
Maxwell Cornet is.
Oh, it is for them, yeah.
What are you smoking? I'm sorry.
I said
but what are you
best
smoking?
striker if you listen.
Oh, I thought you were going to say best player. Maxwell
No,
Cornet.
Cornet and McNeil's are best players.
I mean, let's face it,
Newcastle
Newcastle are the
are
richest club in the world, and they still have to play John Joe Shelby and Jeff Hendrick in a minute. There's something wrong with that club. They're
They
going
won't
down.
belong till they're gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, it'll be to the championship
Oh,
rivals.
I've got something for Luca. It's a present.
What's that, FIFA?
Yeah, but look who's on
Okay,
screen.
just testing out
Oh,
the
no.
Andre Silva.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
He does not rate. Oh my god. Well, he's willing to die on this hill, isn't he? So, Luca, Watford
Only
versus.
for about 2 weeks.
So Luca, Watford versus
He even
Norwich.
says Andre Silva's better than
not
Andre Silva's
now.
worse than Isak.
Not now, Jordan. We're just finishing up. We're just doing the predictions and finishing up.
Yeah, man.
Come again next week.
Yeah, exactly. Watford v who? Norwich. 2-1 Watford.
I'm telling. That doesn't sound
Steve.
right.
Steve, what are we saying?
$1 billion.
Yeah.
Sanchez is scoring on goal. No. Well, I'd say 1-1 draw. Both teams won't want to lose.
As long as Norwich eventually lose, I'm happy.
What's wrong with them?
Jesus Christ! Why do you hate Norwich City?
I hate clubs that have no ambition.
Yeah, he's got a point.
Basically, United then, because their owners have no ambition.
I'm sorry, but
Shots fired! Shots fired!
he's coming at me for no ambition, but you're the one that supports a club
That's
that
mad.
claimed they wanted to build a dynasty, but all they do is just sack managers.
Oh yeah,
What do
that's
you
a
want?
good point.
Like, that's not a dynasty. That's
That's a comeback.
that's quote unquote doing what any
to be fair,
shit club would do.
in
Yes,
terms
we
of
can win
fucking
trophies.
managers,
We can
just
win
a beat
trophies,
at
but
Watford.
we can't have a consistent manager.
But
Just because you're rich doesn't make you Real Madrid nipping.
Oh,
Okay.
shots
But
fired.
you know what? We're both sat top of the league,
Maybe-
north of the border.
Maybe an English Barcelona is today,
Right.
Anyway, Brad,
but
Watford versus Norwich City. What are we saying?
I don't really care for either of these two things. Totally different reasons. Watford just play spin the wheel for how long the manager's going to last. You know, Ranieri could be out of a job after beating Man City 3-0. They just don't seem to care about the result. They just get bored and sack the manager. It's like a new car gets released and Rick Person wants a new model. We'll just get rid of it. And Norwich are going to be sponsored by Yo-Yo next year. They're more up and down. They're the B-Tech left from this league. So if they could both lose points in this game, I'd have it. But as it is, the rain, it's so 0-0.
Okay. 0-0.
Their fans deserve to be bored to tears.
Nippon, if they're answering a prediction, try and put them in mute because it's echoing. There you go. Good. But yeah, go on, Brad, because we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I thought as much. But no, what I was saying is I don't like either of these clubs. Norwich should be sponsored by Yo-Yo because they're up and down like the fucking new West Brom. And I swear every morning, you know, if you ever want to mood swing FC, it's got to be the board owners of Watford because they must wake up every morning, look at their 8-ball at the side of the bedside table, shake it and say, should we sack our new manager? Possibly. That's a yes. And then they just get rid of managers. I can't stand them for how they operate as a club. And like these, they have no Premier League ambition. Who comes up and doesn't spend any money when they've got it to spend? It's ridiculous. So, being since I can't give negative goals, I'll go 0-0. Because they're both as poor as each other.
Niall, Watford versus Norwich City. What do we say?
1-1.
Have I been blanked?
You're the order on there. See, I can translate this. You're the order on my phone. I'm writing it as I go along. See, I can speak the nippon.
Sure.
I can speak the pencil. It's called
So Niall, you
erase
said
it.
1-1.
Yeah.
I want him now just to unmute himself and go, right, Luca, next game, just to piss you off now. Just get you out.
Reese, what are we
Yes.
saying? And I know you want Norwich City to lose.
What do I want? World peace. Racists to be exterminated.
Yes.
Arsenal to be liquidated.
Arsenal.
Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City to be liquidated.
Fuck off.
Stephen to be bald.
Oh wow! Wow, shots fired on the whole place.
Andre
Oh, here we
Silva
go.
signed for
Here
Arsenal.
we go. Here we go.
Luca not to be as delusional as a kitchen sink.
Oh,
Brad to support a football club that will actually want to go and win another league title. Just kidding, you actually like Leicester. But what I do want to say, in the nicest way possible, is Stripper FC to get beat 4-0 by Watford.
Stripper FC. I love the way you refer to Norwich. I just love it, mate.
I will always refer Norwich City as a stripper club. I will never change my
My
mind.
mum called. I miss your prediction, Reese.
Stripper
Yes, I said
FC
it,
to
yeah.
get beat 4-0.
So wait, you're saying so you're saying Norwich 4-0. Wow.
No, I said Stripper FC to get beat 4-0.
Okay, so wow. You really think they'll take a battering by another relegation rival?
Well, their owner takes a battering from Daniel Farke on a regular basis, so I wouldn't be surprised if they get battered on the field.
Right, I'm going against all of you here and saying 2-0 Norwich City.
I've lost faith in you as a human being. Can't believe you're backing Stripper FC.
I'm not, but for some reason I see them winning this game.
You deserve a trophy this season.
Ouch.
I was going to be nice about Man United's next game, but I'm not so sure now.
For a moment, I thought I heard Luca fart there.
Now, Useless FC versus Stevie G FC.
Oh, so is that Chelsea versus Aston Villa then?
Define useless FC because there's a few of them in there.
Everton.
The league.
By the way, don't worry, I'm sorry.
Oh, Everton. Everton to win 2-0.
He's got a new
Gerrard isn't the Rangers manager anymore, so I don't have to back up to win games.
Who got Everton playing?
Aston Villa.
All right.
Everton will just magically respond and they'll win this game, so 2-0. And then the pundits will gas them up saying, Everton are back, and then we can sit there going, pipe down, you overrated fools.
Right. And that's just talking about Carragher.
Everton,
Yeah,
Aston Villa. I'm going for 2-1 Aston Villa. Philippa
Carragher,
Coutinho is going to score. Coutinho, is going to score for Aston Villa.
Are you singing another opponent's
But
song
you still
again?
wouldn't have him at Arsenal, would you?
Oh, bath time, move on.
Is he singing another person's song again?
Bath time, move on.
2 hours and 32 minutes or something that was.
No, he went nothing. Can you ask Luca about Gini
Luca,
Wijnaldum?
you're actually doing that deliberately.
Right. Luca.
Hello.
Luca.
Question, yeah.
Everton versus Aston Villa. What are we saying?
2-1
Gini
Aston Villa.
Wijnaldum.
Sorry, what do you say, Luca?
Aston Villa. 2-1 Aston Villa.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Steven.
Sorry, Nippin, I had to do it, mate. I had to.
Steven.
I didn't hear it because you guys are chatting over each other.
No, it's literally when you went, Luca, Everton versus Villa, what you thinking? I went Gini
I
Wijnaldum.
can't hear it because of the echo.
Alright, so
Everton.
Nippin,
Give me a scoreline, Luca.
2-1
Gini
Aston
Wijnaldum.
Villa.
2-1.
2-1 Everton.
No, 2-1 Aston Villa with Verstappen better than Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, there's no
Ooh.
type of digs there at F1, so don't bring another sport into it just because you don't like midfielders.
I like
Luca.
some midfielders, Brad, but
You kept saying that he wasn't going to win the Brazilian Grand Prix, and you kept hating on him, and he proved you wrong, mate.
I only did it to wind you up.
Mate, don't chat to me about Lewis Hamilton because Max Verstappen might win one title, he'll never be on this level.
Oh, come on, ladies. Can we not argue about racing for one day? Or be
Oh.
racing to see who's the biggest twat?
chat.
Someone said in the
Don't
chat,
chat.
my favourite song is not Christian Aguilera, mate. No way.
Steve, Everton versus Aston Villa. What do we say?
What's Luca's favourite song?
2-1.
Christina
I was gonna
Aguilera's
say
favourite. Oh, amazing.
Sorry,
Oh
can
my
you repeat
God.
that?
He's muted himself now.
What was his prediction, Luca?
I said 2-1 Aston Villa.
No, not you. What did Steve say?
I think he
Steve's
said
muted his
2. I
own
think he
mic.
said 2-0. I think he said 2-0.
Couldn't hear him.
2-0 Villa.
2-0 Villa.
Yeah, he said 2-0 Villa.
Yeah. I'm still laughing at bath time with Vaughn's comment. What's Luca's favourite Christina Aguilera song? Something about bottling over a genie.
Christian Aguilera, mate, she's rubbish.
Christina Aguilera is an icon, mate.
Not my
Do you
favourite.
even know
Yeah,
who
but
she
she wouldn't
is?
get into Arsenal's
Yeah, I
midfield.
do. Yeah.
If he said
Even-
she's rubbish, then he definitely deserves Morgan Sanson as a midfielder.
What, do you not rate Morgan Sanson?
Of course
She's
not.
only
He's
rubbish.
pish.
She's only rubbish. She won't
Do
get
you
into
rate
the
Jordan
midfield.
Territory?
Hang on.
Why? Who the fuck?
Right.
What's
Who
happening?
the fuck rates Morgan Sanson? Who the fuck rates Morgan Sanson? He's pish.
Who said what?
Hey, bath time. Christiana Aguilera, mate. She would run with your midfield, mate, by the way.
Christina Aguilera. That's how you pronounce her name. Would make Arsenal a title challenger.
Do you rate Jordan Veretout?
No,
No, not for me.
he's shit.
Well, he plays for Mourinho, so
To be fair, so does Pellegrini, and I feel sorry for him.
wait. You don't rate Pellegrini?
No, I rate Pellegrini. I feel sorry for him.
That's really bad echo still.
Yeah, that echo is crap. Mate, you need headphones.
You get some headphones.
Echo Arena.
You need some headphones, mate.
Right, who's
Christina
next on the
Aguilera
list?
can dominate my midfield any day she wants. I play in a midfield. I wouldn't mind being dominated.
Mate, she can save as many balls as she wants.
She's used to that.
Brad.
Yes.
Yes. What are we saying? Villa versus Everton.
I'm waiting for you to mute. I actually agree with Reese. It's something about when a team plays so badly and it's all clearly circled around the man in charge, i.e. Agent Rafa. I think they'll play with a bit of freedom. I think the players will, and the fans, you'll hear a difference in the atmosphere and their next game. And as much as it's been kind of funny to watch, Rondon and his 10,000 try and do anything for Everton and fail miserably. I think this is where they kind of sting back and maybe give Steven Gerrard his first wobble. I'm going 2-0 Everton. Because we did it.
Reese, what do we say? Sorry, no, I've already asked you. Niall, what are we saying?
2-0 Aston Villa.
2-0 last.
You didn't ask me.
I asked you first. You were the
What did I
first
ask?
one. You
Oh,
said
yes,
2-0 Everton.
Oh yeah. Yes, 100%.
So starting from the top to the bottom, starting with Luca. Brentford versus Wolves. What are we saying?
That's a tough game. Both teams, Brentford are very good at home, like what Brad said earlier. The Wolves are flying at the moment. I don't know what to say about this game. It's quite a really tough game to say. You might think I'm a bit deluded on this one, but I'm going to go for a shock. I'm going to go for a Brentford 2-1 win.
That's not actually
just on clarifying, going by, like, because Brentford are quite good at home. Many teams don't really get wins over there that much. So I'm going for a Brentford 2-1 win, man. Reese is like thinking, wow, you've actually gone for a good prediction.
Mate, Luca, I told you about his comment earlier. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
What?
No, Arteta's the mother of all fuck-ups.
Yeah, we know that one. But assumption.
Wait, what did you say, Luca?
I went for a 2-1 Brentford. Next person.
It's alright, then do it.
Steve, Brentford versus Wolverhampton. What are we saying?
Do you know what I think? I'll let you go on mute first. Right, I'd say with Brentford and Wolves, I think Wolves will edge this because Brentford have only won one game in 5. I'm looking at it right now, and though they're strong at home, it's Watford a bit. Wolves, their goal difference ain't great. They've conceded as many goals as they've scored. So, do you know what? I'm gonna go for 2-2 actually. Do you know what? I'll go 2-2 because Brentford are strong at home and Wolves score as well as concede. So 2-2. Good.
So, Brad, what are we saying?
Nothing until you go on mute. There you go. I'm getting there with the circle. No, I'm going to go a little bit against the grain. And I know I said earlier Brentford at home are a totally different kettle of fish, and they really are. And I think this will be a good game. But you look at this season, right? Everybody's talking about Brighton, who, I have to have a bit of humble pie here. They are having a better season than I thought they'd hold on to at the moment. They're still holding themselves up there. Everybody's talking about West Ham, but everybody's sort of looking at Wolves going, oh, they're doing right. Anyway, what about them? Everybody keeps saying these big scoring games, but they don't concede a lot.
Sorry,
yeah,
Brad,
go on.
do you know what I think that is? I think it's because of the bad form they had last season under Santo. I think that's a lot of teams have sort of ruled them out. You know, when sometimes you get a perception on someone because of previous instances and know they've changed, you get a perception. So I think they've had that perception where they've been in the 14th, 15th, 13th place in the last season or two, right? And now that's why I think it's also helped them in a way because they can just go under the radar, so they can just keep doing what they're doing and go under the radar a bit. And it's not in good.
Yeah.
Once it gets towards the end of the season and European spots come about, then the light will start saying, "Oh, look!" Everyone will start shining a light on Wolves, and then it'll be down to them to see if they can cope with that attention and that pressure. For me,
yeah, that's very true. And like I said, I would put them up there as like a late 2000s Everton and Southampton. Do you remember when they were up there? And they were them. I think they're enjoying kind of going under the radar. Yeah. I think they're enjoying kind of not being in the talk at the moment. It's benefiting them. and I'm actually going to go. I think this will be one where maybe not quite having enough Premiership calibre that we've seen a few times from this Brentford side. They'll have a few opportunities and they just won't take them. And I think Wolves take this 1-0. I think they really impressed me against Southampton, because when Southampton were throwing a kitchen sink, Southampton this season, when they throw the kitchen sink, they normally get the equaliser, and Wolves went down the other end and made it 3-1. And the Adama Traore fucking scored of all people. I mean,
That's the
Baby Oil
thing.
FC, come on.
Because that's the thing. I was thinking it would be. I was tempted to go 2-1 because obviously I know Wolves concede as well as score, but I think because of their Premier League status and everything, they just edge it and they would have been forming. The only reason I just went Brentford is obviously because of that home form as well, and the fact that Wolves do concede a fair amount of goals and chances as well as score some. So yeah, I was tempted to go Wolves. If I was going to go out of the two of them, I'd have gone Wolves, to be honest.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I'm going 1-0 Wolves nipping, just to clarify.
Yep, I've recorded your prediction. Now, Niall, what are we saying?
What, Man United game?
No, the one we've literally been talking about.
Brentford versus Wolves.
I thought Brentford were playing Man U.
Yeah, it's the next one after.
Yeah, we're still on this one, mate.
I'm going to go for 2-1 to Wolves.
Are you including the Carabao Cup then in this? Because obviously Arsenal and Liverpool are playing this week.
Yep, I'm going to do that game last.
That's fine.
Ronaldo's Sanchez comes on, scores a winner for Arsenal. He's signing
Martin Odegaard's going to do bits, mate.
Yeah.
If he's back from COVID.
So,
that will get him known for
Brentford versus Wolves. What do we say?
1-0 Brentford.
I'm going to go Brentford 4, Wolves 3. And
Jesus.
I'm going to make it even more crazy. Wolves will take the lead twice.
Oh, wow.
I tell you what, whatever you're smoking, can I have his number? Because that's a hell of a prediction. And I want to be on that sort of wavelength. That's a fucking prediction.
Mate, if that prediction happens,
I love myself a cracker off a game, though. I love myself but that's a cracker.
That is, you're right.
Nah, I'm not a betting man.
Nah, put money on it, see what happens.
You know, there's one game I did predict correctly. And that was England versus Denmark in the Euro semi-finals.
But
I predicted...
I've got to put this out, sorry, by the way.
I predicted... I predicted 2-1 England. Let me finish.
I know, I was just going to say betting.
Every person's dream.
Don't do betting.
I predicted 2-1 England after extra time. Yeah. And I also predicted Denmark to score first. Lo and behold, Denmark scored first. And then England scored again. And then England scored in extra time.
Yeah, you were lucky in that game. You should have lost.
Yeah, by the way, everyone that is watching, gamble responsibly. Other betting stores are available.
They'll do it for free like I do.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Raheem Sterling dived. Now, okay.
Oh,
yeah, that's correct. And Harry Kane.
Yeah, say if you were... Okay. If you were playing for Scotland and you were in the World Cup semi-final against Brazil, it's 1-1 at extra time. You are a striker. And you are in on goal. The Brazilian defender goes in on you. Do you take a tumble or do you stay on your feet?
I do what every Scotsman does.
No.
Kick the fuck out
Turn
of
the
Brazilian and then
PlayStation
play
off.
on.
Hang on.
You didn't answer my question, Reese. Do you dive for a penalty for Lyndon Dykes to convert, or do you stay on your feet?
You honestly think I'm going to dive so Lyndon Dykes can take a penalty?
The question, it's not.
What
That's
you
not
have
the
to do,
question.
mate.
My question is, would you dive for a penalty?
No. That's not the question.
Liar.
The question. Not the pen.
I'm nipping. I've played football and I've never dived once.
I play football as well, mate.
You would if you were playing for Scotland in a crunch game.
If I was playing for Scotland, I would do the one thing Scottish teams don't: attack properly.
The question is, right? If you're sitting there as a fan, right, and if you watch your player die for a penalty, would you take it to put you through for the final? Would you take it as a fan? That's the question.
I don't accept diving in any shape or form.
No,
Reese,
I
you're okay. Have you
Here's
called out
a
any?
fact for you. Here's a fact for you. Ashley Young dived in a Champions League game for United. Here's a fact, right? In Van Gaal's last season as manager, when he got sacked and we won the FA Cup, right? Ashley Young dived against Wolfsburg 3 times. I called the cunt out 3 times. I don't accept diving.
Reese,
You're lying, Reese.
Reese,
You do
Really?
anything to get your team into a final.
I don't accept diving. Difference.
In that game, like I remember saying at the time, we saw the first penalty, which was more of a penalty, right, which was the one on Kane. And so when the second penalty came about, as much as I don't accept diving, and I don't accept diving either, I did accept it in that instance. I felt hard done by with the first, right? And I mean, I accepted that in that instance.
Exactly.
I did accept it, and after watching England having bad luck and never getting through to semi-finals or finals and being this close, yeah, I did want to accept the dive.
It was literally your entire tournament, though. It was literally diving, cheating, poor mistakes, or fluking a 1-0 win.
Well, yeah, but in the end, I did accept that dive in the end because I wanted to England to get to a final. I've never seen it. I don't think I'd ever see it in my life.
That's a fair point. But in any shape or form, if your team wins by cheating, then it feels like fuck out to me.
Trust me, mate, because like if I flip it to another sport. You flipped around what happened in Abu Dhabi, and it was the other way around. I wouldn't accept it.
It doesn't matter who it is, whether it be a favourite or whether it's a favourite or rival. If they win by cheating, it means fuck all to me. Like you could.
If Italy had won the Euros by cheating, would you have accepted it?
Well, England lost. But end of the day, like I said, I don't condone cheating. You can call me a liar all you want, but I don't condone cheating.
It's the only time I've probably accepted it. Like,
if England cheated in that final, I would have fucking went ballistic. But at least they got beat.
I didn't accept the fact of cheating. I just accepted the fact that I wanted that to be a pen because I've never seen us get to a final.
It also highlights just how scared you were of Denmark if you had to cheat to beat them.
Well, yeah, we didn't play. I don't think we
Okay,
played.
you're bringing back so many bad memories now, really.
I'm bringing up facts.
Can we get on with the score predictions now?
Yes.
No.
Right. You just want to rattle.
I don't need to rattle. I can just say that Damsgaard scored the best goal of the tournament.
Let's go.
Actually, I'd beg to differ. I'd have to say that goes to Lorenzo Insigne.
Nippon, at the entire Euros, only one direct free kick was scored. And that was Damsgaard versus Shitford.
You only rate free kick. Look, Nah,
either
that
way-
Insigne goal was
anyway, let's get
quality
on.
though.
Let's get on with it anyway.
We can talk about it
But who
after.
just ducked out?
Yeah.
This is Luca who thinks Belgium's better than Italy.
Okay, so
And given the fact that he's half Italian, I don't know why he would think that, but we move.
Fuck knows, but he said it.
Right, next game. Leeds United versus Newcastle United.
Ugh.
Useless FC versus useless FC.
we just get on with it. Move to the next one.
It's the overhyped manager versus the richest championship club.
Yeah, can we just move on to the next one?
We're predicting all the games. We have to be nice, man.
No, not to them.
Newcastle to beat the dirty bastards.
But by how many goals?
Hopefully 3 goals to nil.
Can't just say 1-0 Newcastle, that's it.
No, I want Leeds to get pumped.
Yeah, I just want Leeds to do that.
Right. Steve, what are we saying? I'm going from top to bottom and ending with myself.
Okay. You put mute. Right. Don't know. I'm not bothered. 2-0 Newcastle. I haven't checked my freaking FPL in ages. It's probably fun.
Me neither.
Brad, what are we saying?
Talking about Newcastle's made Brad decide to bolt.
Brad?
I've just lost the will to live right a little bit there. Sorry. Look, I kind of want Leeds to go back into their little rat hole all the way back down to League One where their standard belongs with this overhyped manager they call Bielsa. I don't get hype around him. But I'm kind of all aboard the banter FC of, killing Mbappe and Holland lining up for Newcastle next season against Barnsley on a Tuesday night. So I'm going to say this will be a draw because I don't want either of them to win, to be honest with you. I'm going to go 1-1. I'm guessing it'll be Niall next. And Reese has got an error. You're still muted, Nippon.
Niall?
2-1 Newcastle.
2-1 Newcastle, yeah? Reese, what are we saying?
Oh, Reese. I don't actually know what's happened with Reese because his camera's gone as well by the look of things.
Come back to him.
Yeah.
Right, I do think he said 3-0 Newcastle.
Okay.
If Reese can hear us, just put it down in the private chat. I don't know if he's having some technical issues because he's been on mute for a while and now his thing's gone. I'm guessing his internet's probably fried. Well done. Good on Niall. Well done, Niall. I just realised I've got my camera off and I just put a thumbs up to Luca saying goodbye. Can we all decide? Can we all agree to get a list of midfielders to question him with?
Right, I am going to go with. I'm saying. What happened, Reese?
Went to the toilet.
I'm saying Newcastle United. I'm going to say Newcastle United absolutely batter them. Actually, no. I'm going 2-1 Leeds. 2-1 Newcastle.
Well, which one? We've got 3 predictions there. Reese, what's your score prediction for it?
What, Newcastle versus Leeds?
Yeah.
Newcastle 3, Leeds 0.
Oh, you got it right then. That's what you said.
I proper hate Leeds, so I will never predict them to win.
Even if it's against Liverpool. Surely you hate Liverpool more.
No. I hate both equally.
Wait, you hate Leeds more than Liverpool?
If you know the history between Man United and Leeds, you would understand.
Wait. So you actually hate Leeds more than Liverpool?
Yeah, I'll get his point.
I hate both equally, but there's a different reason for hating Leeds than there is Liverpool.
Mate,
so you'd still predict a Liverpool win against Leeds, basically, is what you're trying to say?
No, I would predict. Hopefully, as many red cards on both sides that it gets called off.
Match abandoned.
Need to put the.
That is random.
Echo.
All I'm going to say is look up the War of the Roses and the Man United Leeds derby in the 70s. That's all I'm going to tell you. Factual information.
Plus also that disgusting song they made.
Absolutely.
No.
Right.
And also the way they treated Alan Smith.
Right.
Yeah. It's their own financial fault.
We have a London derby coming up, by the way. Manchester United versus West Ham United.
It's not a London
You
derby.
know why I called it a London derby?
Because Man United are the biggest club in London, because every time they turn up, the biggest club.
Because there's so many Man United fans who live in London.
Just like every other club.
So basically, yeah, Man United versus West Ham United. Steve, what do we say?
I'm saying 2-1 West Ham. Not even
Jesus Christ, you really do hate Man United, don't you?
It's not because of that.
He's speaking fact.
Man United are crap at the minute. West Ham are doing really well. They're in the Champions League spots. Of course I'll go for them.
And they're playing consistently good football, which shows Moyes was never the issue all along.
Not always consistent, but I'll wait.
More consistent than Brendan Rodgers.
Hey, no, he consistently bottles top 4. He's very good at being consistent. Leave him alone.
So 2-1. So is that what you're saying? 2-1 West Ham?
Yeah.
That's true. If you want Champions League football, don't go towards him.
We're taking baby steps. Wait for Manchester United.
I honestly think, Brad, your next manager is going to be Unai Emery. I just have this feeling.
Nah,
Great.
I know who's going to be.
FC, then forget it. Forget it.
I know who Leicester's next manager is going to be. Clodwell coming back for a second stint.
I never liked you anyway, Reese.
I love you too. I genuinely think you will get a French manager, though. I'm not joking.
Wouldn't surprise me, you know. You know what? Sod it. If you're going to say French manager, I'll have that. We'll take Patrick Vieira.
Nah, he's going to be the next Arsenal manager.
You think?
No, he's
Absolutely.
got more. He's got more. He's. Ooh, yeah. Actually, think about it. Is he doing a Gerrard? Is he going to a B-Tech
I'm
side to
deadly.
sort himself out?
I'm deadly serious. Patrick Vieira will be the next Arsenal manager. And he'll
Could you
actually get them
imagine
challenging.
that? You played with him. You sat on
They
the
will
same
not.
dugout as
I
him. You
honestly
get
think
sacked and then they
Vieira
play
will
for
get
you.
Arsenal to
That's
challenge for the league.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
say challenging straight away for the league, but I think if he's backing properly, he could.
Can I make a point here?
Do you see Vieira managing
Napoleon.
France ever?
Yeah, well, he could do because he's only just started his career. He's
But
only
I
just
don't
started
think he
his
will,
career.
though.
But I don't think he will. But the reason Arsenal will get him, because obviously the Arsenal connection, which is bullshit, because if it all went to pot, we'd never get rid of the guy, and I'd have to tear my soul out to get rid of him. Right? Which is this. Right? This is why you don't buy a manager with affiliation to the club, right? Because it destroys his legacy. He's got a legacy at Arsenal. Why are we going to do what we did to what Man United did to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, which is destroy his legacy? Right? Two, right? If he did come to our Arsenal, well, he managed to do in 9 games. When we got to play them in September or October, he managed to get in 9 games what Arteta's been struggling to do in 2 bloody years. Trying to play a formation, a best 11, a backup plan, right, and a
So,
set
Brad, what are we
tactics.
saying for West Ham versus Man United?
It gets off higher in the league than Arteta by a mile.
I mean, just to finish off on that point before I give the score prediction, that would just end Arteta's career. Imagine that you've sat in the dugout with the guy. He's an Arsenal legend. He's the one they wanted before you, and then it goes full circle, and Patrick Vieira takes his job. That would just go full circle. But in regards to the game that Nick's asking about,
do you know why Vieira would actually succeed at Arsenal? It's because Vieira actually understands what Vieira understands what Arsenal lack. They lack character and they lack steel in midfield. They lack ambition, pace, power. That's how Arsenal won 3 league titles between 98 and 2004.
True.
And another thing as well is exactly why Wayne Rooney will be a future Man United manager. Because he understands the exact same thing, and he would actually succeed more than Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Do you see John Terry as a future Chelsea manager?
Not if Wayne Bridge is everywhere.
I do actually. I just don't know if it's ever going to work.
Eventually.
Nah, for me, I'm sorry. For me, John Terry does a Shearer. He thinks about it. He gives it a go. Don't go well. He ends up on Match of the Day 2 as a pundit. It's exactly where John Terry goes because Wayne Bridge ain't there. But anyway, back to the game. Look, West Ham this season, and this is why West Ham are going to be the new Leicester at bottom in the top 4. Hear me out on this one. They're going to they're taking our crown of top 4 bottle jobs, and that's because when they play a Liverpool side or a Man City side or a Man United side, they're up for it. Turn up, they beat them. They do that, they're there. Anyone that they're playing around them, beat them. When they play Leeds, who are down at the bottom and struggling, when they play teams like that have been down, you look at their results this season when they've lost. It's against teams that they really should beat and struggle against.
Yeah.
Manchester United, ironically, a team that you'd say where they are in the league, they'd probably beat them, but they're also struggling. And this might just flip it. And I'm going to get called crazy because I have a soft spot due to me granddad for West Ham. And I want them to do well. I always do every season. I can never call them a second team because it's just not for me. Anybody who has a second team fair play to you, but not for me, right? But I'm actually going to stick my neck on the line here and say because they're so bad full and Man United are resembling a bottom half team right now with the form they're in, that this will be the game where this is the start of the stumble for West Ham and it'll be 2-1 United. Manchester, that is. I just realised what I said then. I realised I said 2-1 United and they both ended in United. But no, 2-1 to Manchester United.
Oh, great. He's back on the phone. He's probably phoning John Terry asking for an exclusive.
No, my mum's getting worried sick about where I am. Let's just...
Where are
Anyway.
you?
Where are you? I'm in the East End. I'm actually not far from West Ham Stadium.
What?
You're a bigger journeyman than Nicholas Nelson.
Right,
Bigger
so
journeyman than Trevor Benjamin.
what are we saying for the West Ham game?
Who, me, ask him?
Now, Brad.
Yeah, I said Manchester United 2-1.
2-1 United. Niall, what do we say?
1-1.
Reese, get yours in now.
We're in for a really hard game. Like West Ham, like I'm genuinely worried, but the way we played them at the start of the season, similar circumstance, poor form, but we still managed to get the right result. Saved a crucial penalty, which helped. I think we will beat West Ham, but we'll only beat them if we take our chances. But West Ham are a good side. I'm going 3-2 Manchester United.
3-2 Man.
Yeah, I'm genuinely worried about this game though. Like, I'm very worried.
I'm going 4-3 United.
Which one?
Yeah, I don't make one mistake. Notice how I said 4-3 to United and he's muted himself so he won't say which one. So if it happened, you can say I said that.
Manchester.
If that happens, I'll be like, shit.
It'd still be Ralph's fault because he didn't win by more goals.
I have an upset coming up.
Is the upside you're going to get a pair of headphones?
I've got a set. I'll chuck them in.
Southampton versus Manchester City.
Not a,
What do we
not a
say?
chance of you predicting.
In
a
no
fucking
way Man
Southampton
City will
win.
losing that game. No. No.
Just-
2-0 City, at least. Right, who's next?
Me, I reckon. What is it? Man City versus Southampton.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to put it straight out there. This is the 9-0. Man City are absolutely scraping it. They've got the app, they've got the draw. They can't get the Man City Cup, so they're going to have the 9-0 trophy.
Yeah.
Man City are absolutely battering them. Everywhere Southampton go, 9-0s are sure to follow.
Man City, Southampton, get Man City, everywhere they go.
Funny thing is, so every team that's won,
Seriously?
every team that's won.
9-0 where they go.
The funny thing is, every team that's won 9-0 in the Premier League has failed to win the trophy.
Oh, just for banter then. Yeah, go on, 9-0.
That's just that's a fact for you in the Premier League.
Jesus. Okay. Wow. That's actually a serious one there.
It's a serious. Yep,
Yeah,
Man
I'm being
United,
serious.
Man United twice. Man United versus
Until
Ipswich
they
in
stop losing
95.
9-0 once per season, I'm going to give them a 9-0 defeat.
Niall, what are we saying?
3-0 Man City.
Peasant.
You
You
support
low-end
Leicester. I
sports.
don't think you should be calling anybody a peasant.
Look, my club's rich right now in silverware. What's yours saying?
Your club's rich in silverware.
I'll take the quick defeat for a big burn like that, mate. Get yourself to your
Mate,
Your club's
mate,
rich in silverware.
You getting the Europa League
So-
this season?
only in recent history, alright? I'm not going to dig that much of a game for myself.
I was gonna say.
Reece, what are we saying?
Do you know what your silverware is?
I'm not that stupid. I'm brave, not stupid, alright?
Brad,
Reece, what
do
are
you
we
know what your
saying?
Hang on, you're gonna love this.
Southampton
You're gonna-
versus Manchester City.
Nippon, you're gonna love this. Watch this. Brad, do you know what you're rich in silverware in?
Go on.
Bottling the top 4 trophy.
Hey, but at least we're still winning the trophy. At least we're not dodging Europe like you are, you gammy dodger.
Yeah, but you take gold
Jammy
level.
Yeah, but remind me again, Steve. Who do you play in Europe? On a Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night?
Yeah,
No
mate,
night?
I take nights. I take my night off, man.
I'll give Arsenal the biggest success we've had in the last... Hold on, no, Nick, and pause a minute. Let me have it. Let me have it.
Nippon, just go on mute for a sec.
I'm laughing at the fact you called him a
Nick,
jammy
mute
dodger.
yourself for a second. I'll end this right now.
Jammy Dodger. Who are you calling Jammy Dodger? Right?
He could have called you
Hold on.
Krispy Kreme.
How many times we even said you were even thinking of the title race, and then you land 5th at the end of the season?
At least we were in a title race to begin with, mate. The only thing that Arsenal brought, the only success, right, since you've won the FA Cup, right,
Yeah,
the only
but I know
successful
we're
thing
shit.
Arsenal have managed to do is Brexit better than the country. Because you left Europe like shit.
Yeah, you couldn't even get to the top level of Europe, could you?
We still got to. When was the last time you handled a silverware that wasn't? This is the only thing you got close to a mug, mate, of lifting. It's this. This is the only cup you have, mate.
The
See,
funny
look,
thing
if
is, the
they win the
furthest
FA
Arsenal
Cup and
got
the
since
league,
that
and they think
final
they're
was the
big Mr. Big
semis.
Bucks.
Leicester got further.
You know what the funniest thing is, right? We could go and win the Europa Conference. Yeah, but the thing is, we could go and win the Europa League Conference, or as I like to call it, the Spurs dodging cup, and we'd still have more European success.
Oh, mate, that tournament was made for Spurs, and they still couldn't fucking win it.
Right? You couldn't have written it, could you?
To be fair, they made it for Arsenal, but Arsenal said no thanks.
Yeah, they left European Union quicker than Boris would.
They made it for Arsenal, but they thought actually no, Arsenal's too good. Sorry, I meant too
Mate,
shit.
we thought we followed the general opinion of the country, and 51% said leave, so we left.
Yeah, and I'll test the voting wrong.
Southampton versus Manchester City.
2-1 Man City.
Oh, you're generous.
2-1 Man City.
If you think Southampton are going to get battered by Man City, then you should realistically consider getting back into Europe.
I didn't say we get battered. That they were going to get battered. I said 2-0.
Yeah, well, I know
You can
the
keep this all you want. I'm gonna say I'm gonna put my neck on the line
And your hair.
and predict a Southampton win.
You should put your hair on the line.
No, not again. Let's not go for that.
I'm saying 2-1 Southampton. Clip this.
If this happens, shave your head bald.
Nippon.
Never.
Southampton,
Never, ever it's gonna happen.
Hang on.
My hair is staying there until it falls out.
Oh, that's a shame.
See,
So next week, then.
see, Marley's doing that. Marley's doing that for us charity. See.
I mean, I want to be different from everyone else, though, man.
Yeah, but
So, yeah,
Your dreadlocks.
hang on. Can I just make a point? If Southampton's gonna win that game, are you gonna put yourself red and white stripes?
No, because it reminds me too much about Atletico Madrid.
The same team that made you as bitch once.
Okay then, red and white stripes and then a black one at the end.
Huh?
Just so it's got like Sunderland, Southampton.
Oh my god, Scunderland. Nah.
No, I meant Southampton.
What's your agenda with Sunderland? They've got more league titles than your club.
You can't have an agenda with Sunderland. Can't even beat North Forest.
Right, next one.
Stand by your trophies.
Or if you're a
Or
Tottenham
not.
fan, stand up to the cabinet.
Yeah.
And I Tottenham fans' wet dream is winning the title. Sorry, I meant win the FA Cup.
Okay.
And
Right.
unfortunately for Tottenham, they can only do that if they turn their Xbox on.
Tottenham's trophy cabinet is about as
No,
dusty
it's
as
a
a
fancy
freaking
weight-
building coming out from a
paper
demolition.
Okay, Crystal Palace versus Liverpool.
Oh, 2-0 Palace. Make me
I'm
happy.
gonna go 1-1.
You're just saying it. Take your Man United hat off us. You're just saying it because you support Man United.
Yeah.
Which is obviously why he would predict them to lose every week.
Wait a second. You predicted Norwich City to win. Sorry, you
Who?
predicted Norwich City to lose to Liverpool a few months ago.
What you talking about, Willis?
He's never gonna predict Man United to win. Certain Liverpool to win.
I remember
I
you
mean, that'd be
predicting.
like saying Derby are going to get 12 points in the Premier League.
What are you spouting?
I remember on Richard's stream you predicted a 3-0 win for Liverpool.
Against who?
Norwich City.
To be fair, I kind of expected it as Norwich. That's the only time I'm ever going to be generous to that Scouse scum.
Right.
Norwich are disappointment. They're like a poor man without Viagra.
Hey, I told you, right? Norwich are more interested in cuckoo books.
Norwich are like an old guy with Viagra.
Right. This one.
Can't get up without the juice.
Right. Right. What are we saying for Palace versus Liverpool?
2-0 Palace.
I said 2-1. To Palace. No, I said 1.
Yes.
I said 1 also.
I hate you.
Oh God, he's
Like you either.
Is Brad playing FIFA or is Brad playing Guitar Hero?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty Vanguard.
Oh, sick game, innit?
Oh God.
Yeah, but right now, at the moment, the score is my team's playing like Norwich City.
Oh, mate,
So-
I feel you're going to see your team's playing like Leicester City in the final game of the
Have you
season.
played the story mode yet, bro?
No, because we didn't have a lead to bottle.
No, but you had top 4.
imagine
Wait.
imagine losing to Ryan Mason's Tottenham. Imagine losing to a baby-faced manager.
Yeah, imagine
Well-
losing to Brendan Rodgers in the cup final.
Here's a better one.
Oh,
Put your Champions League trophies on the table, Brad.
I will do when we win
Yeah,
one.
Nipun, you should have beaten.
Nippon, how funny is it that your greatest? How funny is it that your greatest ever manager had 2 spells as manager and he failed to win the Champions League?
How is it that Sir Alex Ferguson didn't win more in Europe?
Considering what Europe was like, I think that's a very easy question.
Yeah, because you had to be champions to get into the Champions League.
the free foreigners rule in the 90s affected us against Barcelona, even though we had a fantastic side. That was an issue. 2000, we had a very poor goalkeeper that cost us against Real Madrid. We should have signed Van der Sar. We decided to go for a stupid Italian in Taibi. 2007, we got absolutely battered by Milan and a very good Milan side. 2009, Ronaldo couldn't put the ball in the back of the net, and we would have won that game if he did. In 2011, we played the wrong game plan. Simple as that. 2003 as well, we just got hammered by a Real Madrid team that was unstoppable. We ended up losing to Juventus.
Back in the 90s, you had to be champions.
Well, that sounded... Wait, too many foreigners. That sounded very Brexit of you, Reese.
I'm not saying too many foreigners. I said in the 90s, there was a free foreigner rule. You were limited to 3 foreigners in your team.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you.
And back in the 90s, the likes of Republic of Ireland players were also classed as foreigners. So the likes of Roy Keane, Dennis Irwin, Edwin van der Peter Schmeichel, Eric Cantona, Andre Kanchelskis, they're all foreigners. You can only pick 3 from that. You're fucked.
Can I just make a point as well? I voted Brexit, but it's got nothing to do with immigration.
I don't particularly care about how many foreigners are in the team. I just want the team to win, whether it be foreigners or not.
There's a lot of people that voted Brexit and it's got nothing to do with immigration. Just want to put that out there.
Same.
They just want to have control. They just want to have control of their own country.
Right.
Same here.
Brad.
Yeah.
Palace versus Liverpool. What are we saying?
I just can't really ever want Liverpool to win anything ever, and I just still banter them as Cristambul.
Why do you hate... Wait, I understand why Reese does, but why do you hate Liverpool, Brad?
Because they're a bunch of insufferable bin dippers.
Yeah.
And don't you think they've earned the right to be insufferable?
No,
they
went
don't.
30
They
years
won
without
one
trophies.
fucking league title in 30 years. Yeah, congratulations to win the same Premier League as we have. Get over yourselves. Your best generation bottled it worse than Brendan Rodgers.
The best thing about that title win is they won it with no fans, lost it with no fans.
Just give me a... Oh, God. Does it really matter if you won it with fans or not? No, it doesn't. We move.
Oh, tell that to Jock's team.
Hold on a minute. A hollow stadium. No atmosphere.
No one cares.
No pressure being put on by the fans. That's a hollow title.
Okay. Let me turn the question around. If Leicester City won the Premier League without fans, would you class it as a win?
A hollow one, but it's a win. It's still a win. I'm not taking away the fact that they have won the Premiership, but the pressure was not being able to sustain by fans. People forget the 12th man. It is very powerful. Look at every season. Right, I'll flip that back to you. When Man City were the Centurions and Liverpool failed with 98, that was decided purely on games where the fans played their part to make Liverpool drop the very minimum points that they've dropped.
Oh, hang on a minute. By the way,
They're not going to care.
Wait, hang on a minute.
Still counts as a title win. Forget hollow, forget no fans. They still won it. End of story.
You didn't ask that question, did you? You asked me for my opinion if Leicester won the Premier League through COVID. I said it was a hollow win.
By the way, it's not so much about that. It's about the fact Liverpool's win wasn't really down to COVID, to be honest. Because if you look at it, if they beaten Watford, they would have won the league before COVID hit. Right? They were so far in front. It was about when they were going to win it, not if. That's why when we restarted, they could have been so... When it restarted, the 12th man wasn't there for Liverpool, and they were shit. They dropped off, and we kept warning them, you're dropping off, you need to invest. They didn't want to listen, saying their team's good enough. the next season with
Brad.
the whole season out
Yeah.
with no fans, they fell apart.
Can we have a
Agreed.
scoreline now?
You put it on mute. So it's not really echoing.
Who is it against Liverpool now? Sorry, I've got him up wrong.
Palace.
Palace. Just because of how insufferable it's been, just put it all in perspective. Palace 4-0.
You seem to hate them more than Reese.
I just
No.
find that 99% of their fan base is so insufferable that they cheered winning. They took immense pride in winning a mid-season cash cow pre-season tournament and chucked away the second
Are you not going to be
longest
nice
winning
to Douglas? Are you not going to be nice to Douglas? Shout out if he's listening, by the
No,
way.
Doug's
We're always
a rare one. Doug's a rare one. He knows that. He's a rare Liverpool fan that I can tolerate getting with and have a decent chat with. He's in that 1% of Liverpool fans that I've got a lot of time for. The other 99%, they're going to take a running jump and so can their team as far as I'm concerned. They're so insufferable. I want them to lose every week. I went 3-0 for Brentford. For Christ's sake, and my Leicester predictions are left to die. So I weren't going to go anywhere different with this one when they're playing a different team.
Wow.
Doug's a good one, but he knows my opinions on him.
No. Exactamundo.
Yeah,
4-0 Palace all the way. I'll be dead happy with myself if that happens.
It would be so funny.
Yeah, I'd laugh.
I'd be raving.
Niall, what are we saying?
3-1 Liverpool.
Shocking.
Right. I'm not gonna be like Brad or Reese and let my hatred of the club, because yeah, I hate Liverpool as well. But I'm not gonna let my hatred turn into delusion. And I see nothing but a Liverpool win.
Of course you do. You're always going to favour the rat.
But again, you say delusion.
I just said I hate Liverpool, Reese.
You also said delusion when that's clearly wrong.
Anyway, I'm going 4-3 Liverpool.
Right. Don't take this wrong, right? But you just said that you're not going to go and be delusional like me and Reese and go for a Liverpool win, but you've also then gone for Palace.
I said I was going to go for a Liverpool win. I said I was going to go for a Liverpool win.
It's a bit of an eccentric strategy, if you're going to back it.
4-3 is not a bit out there.
You do love these 4-3s. I've got to give you that. That's your third one.
I'm sorry. I mean, like I hate Liverpool as much as Brad and Reese do, but I'm not going to let my hatred towards their club, towards Liverpool, cloud my judgment. I'm sorry.
Well, whereas you can just call me Darth Vader because I'll give in to that hate and predict them to lose every time.
I still find it funny you said you won't call it delusion, but you just said Liverpool 4, Palace 3.
Well, how am I being delusional by predicting a Liverpool win?
No, it's delusional by thinking it's going to be 4-3.
No. Palace scoring 3 goals against Liverpool. No. They're good, but not that good.
Right, Steve, this is your department. Arsenal versus Burnley.
Postpone because we've got no midfield, so we won't play the game.
Ball crap. You loan players out.
No, you.
But no. Hold the phone.
You loaned all your players out. You put yourself
I
in
have
the mud.
I'm sorry. I have
Before you start having a go at me, right, put it on mute and not listen, right? I am not. If you watch back at my Arsenal versus Tottenham match preview, match talk, we want to talk about it. When I was speaking with Tommy, I completely agree with every single Spurs fan. We were in the same situation as them, and they didn't ask for a request to have it postponed. We did. It's because Arteta decided I'm going to sell Ainsley Maitland fucking Niles with no bloody replacement. Brighton will have to wear on them, and Guendouzi, and Nielsen, right, and Balogun. And then he sits there and says, I need the FA to postpone the game because I've got no players, right? You've got one COVID case. If that was any other season, we'd get told to fuck off and play you under 18s. So why is it different now, right? All these Arsenal fans telling Liverpool fans, you need to play you under 18s. No, you lot are a joke because now you're saying we need our game postponed because you can't accept the truth that Arteta, with his squad management and not buying in players when he's supposed to, has fucked it up. The other half of midfield are injured because he's overused them. Saka, fatigue. Smith Rowe, fatigue because he overuses them, right? Because they are only kids, right? It's your manager that's fucked it over. Not FA, not COVID, not anyone else. It's fucking Arteta, right? You cannot blame COVID for when it's only one case. Liverpool, they might have had 14 false cases, but the other 5 were were proven, right? And at the time, we didn't know there were 14 false positives, so you had to go on that information, right? So they had a genuine reason, right? This is utter bullshit, and I am not standing with the club saying we need it postponed, right? They should have just played the fucking game, and if we lost, we lost, and then if we did lose, it's Arteta's fault because he's decided I'm going to let go Torreira, I'm going to let go Guendouzi, I'm going to let go Maitland-Niles and not bring anyone in, right? So, sorry, our problem, no one else's.
Have you finished?
Yeah, finished.
All right.
You made the very
Score
first point.
prediction: Arsenal versus.
So, if we do play this game, because no doubt Arteta will probably try and get another postponement because he's only got the midfield. I'd say 1-1 because we've got no midfield to play with. We've probably play Lukaku or Patino, and the way we played against Nottingham Forest with Lukaku and Patino, Jesus Christ. I feel sorry for Patino because he's getting exposed as an 18-year-old when he's not ready. He's a good kid. He's really good. He's really talented. He's not ready. All these fans saying we need to start Patino against Nottingham Forest. Why? Because he played 20 minutes against Sunderland when we were already 3-0 up. Are you fucking mad? Some of these Arsenal fans, honestly, right? And they're all moaning about Vlahovic. Why don't you shut the fuck up about Vlahovic and buy a fucking midfielder? Protest outside the ground for a midfielder, because what happened in the Sunday's a joke. Because your manager didn't get a midfielder.
Arsenal versus Burnley. What?
Well, I mean, when you're in a relegation dogfight and some genius doesn't check Chris' contract, who's your only sort of consistent goals, and you let him, well, you don't let him, but then you're then forced to sit there and, you know, cry while he takes and accepts an offer to join Newcastle United. You get everything you deserve. And Beans is, and Stephen knows this because it happened on his channel, Beans is, I will give Arsenal some credit that I feel they're learning not to try and build around a 300 grand a week player, and they're actually giving you the chance. And because of my sheer disdain, apart from Willett, but, you know, I did say he'd go Newcastle. But
Let's start that argument again, shall we?
It's disdain for Burnley and the fact that everybody is just a bit bored of Burnley being in a Premiership. They've fallen into one of them 5-0 Arsenal.
Nah,
If the writing,
never.
I'm
No.
sorry, the only reason I say that is because if the writing's on the wall for them to give up and go down, they've just lost Chris Wood. They're behind in games and on points.
We'll not
If they
do
get
that.
torn apart by Arsenal like that,
Brad, we
that's
won't
it. They're
do
done.
that. We won't do that because
You probably won't, but
even on 5-0 against Norwich, right, at certain points in that game, we should have conceded. Right, at certain points in that game, we were dodgy. Right, so that was pretty much a 3-2, 3-1, and then lost 2-3-0 at maximum. Right, the only reason we got the extra 2 is because Norwich gave up in the end because they couldn't get back in the game. Burnley, it would be, like I said, it would be a tight win because they would shithouse their way to it, and plus we haven't got midfield. We got no midfield at all. Hence why our game was
might be
cancelled.
the case, but I think Burnley are already a beaten side playing for the Championship next season, and that's why I think you'll steamroll them.
Okay.
They can't find the back of the net at the best of times, and they've just been forced to watch their only striker walk out the door for pittance as well because of his contract.
Especially with Newcastle and the amount of money they got,
Yeah.
those pins.
I mean, it just shows you, doesn't it? When one guy should. I tell you what, Harry Kane should be ringing up Chris Wood's agent because at least he knows how to put a release clause in his contract.
So, Niall, what are we saying?
What game?
Arsenal Burnley.
Yeah.
What game are we on?
Arsenal Burnley.
Oh, they 2-0 Arsenal.
Reese, I know how exactly you feel about Burnley.
1-0 draw.
Hey.
This was one of my other upsets. I'm going 2-1 Burnley. Right, Leicester City versus Brighton and Hove Albion. Steve, what do we?
Leicester City versus. I'd say 2-1 Bayern. I think that'll Bayern wedge it.
You know what, Nippon? Change mine to 5-0 Burnley. I'm joking.
Wait, I already put yours as 5-0 Burnley. Oh wait, you want 5-0 Burnley?
No, I was joking because he's just gone 2-1 to Brighton against Leicester. I've just said change it. I was taking the piss.
Right, you said 2-1 Brighton, Steve.
Yeah.
Brad, what are we saying?
I'm saying that two things. It's my team, so I'm guessing you can know which way I'm going to go about it. But it's at the King Power, and you know Chloe's not here, so I don't have to be nice at all now. And I can say Leicester are going to win this 3-0.
Sneaky.
It's my team. I'm going to back them to the hills, mate, to win that game.
Look, I'm a realist. I predicted Chelsea to lose to
Every
Brighton.
game.
No, predicting your own team to lose doesn't make you a realist. It just means
mate. Come on,
you've gone 4-3 for about 6 games. So it just made that's your prediction. At the end of the day, my predictions are always going to stem around Leicester not losing.
Yeah.
Because that's my
You
thing.
always got
Just
to back
how I
your
do
team to
things.
win. You got to back your team to win.
Niall, what are we saying?
2-0 to Leicester.
Mm. 2-0 Leicester. Reese, what are we saying?
2-1 Brighton.
You know what? Fuck the pair of you.
Sorry, mate, you're not my type.
I'm going for a 2-2 draw.
You know what? Fucking no. I always said you speak sense out of the fucking 3 of these pillars. What's it shit?
What's that?
I said you speak the most sense out of the 4 of them. These 3 are all fucking pillars.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, I always knew you were a wanker, bud.
Yeah.
How does Chris put up with you?
Cheeky, this one. It's the other way around.
He
Right.
drinks.
Chelsea versus Tottenham.
Yeah, he's got a point,
Steve,
actually, bud.
what are we saying?
Chelsea versus Tottenham.
Yeah.
Fuck the Perry. Oh, it's got to be a Chelsea win, isn't it? 2-0 Chelsea.
I like it. Not your club, but I like your predictions, Steve.
Well, I'm not backing Tottenham to win the game. Could be Fleetwood Town, I still won't back it.
Even though you know they're going to win.
Yep.
Right. Brad's gone. Niall. Chelsea versus Tottenham. What do we say?
1-1.
Brad, what are we saying?
What is it? Tottenham, Chelsea? Is it at Stamford Bridge or is it at?
It's the bridge.
It's at the Bridge. Tottenham.
Tottenham haven't won at the bridge for a long time. Just so that.
Cue Tottenham win then 2-0. Lukaku with an own goal. Luka Kardashian with an own goal. Just take the piss. Bullet header.
Is that actually your prediction?
Yeah.
See,
What makes you think Tottenham are beating us? They've been shit all season.
You've just done the classic commentator curse, mate. You just told me you haven't won any fucking ages. And cue a Tottenham win.
Wait, are you telling me I've done the commentator's curse?
Yeah, you've just jinxed it for yourself.
Don't worry, I'll just be proved right when we speak to each other next Sunday.
That's alright. I'm not fussed. I just as a Tottenham don't win.
Reese, what are we saying?
Three all or 3-2. Okay, I have 3-all. I think
3-3.
that's what he's saying. Yep.
I'm going to. Now, don't you ever say that I don't back my team, okay?
You don't back your team.
Well, you didn't in the first result.
Now, we have one more game left, which is the second leg of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care.
Hello.
Spurs are winning that.
It's not Spurs, it's Arsenal Liverpool.
Then Liverpool lose that.
I don't really know. It's a hard one.
You know what? For all the absolute grief that Liverpool tried to give us after they beat our B team on penalties and they couldn't beat 10-man at Arsenal, even after Arteta told Jackets got sent off, they could only draw. I hope Arsenal absolutely thrash them 5-0. For no other reason than just the insufferability, considering this is a club that cast away the Carabao Cup for some pre-season tour of Mexico or wherever it was when they had that Cup Winners' World Cup or whatever it was. I hope that Arsenal knock them out so they can't win it.
Right.
Because we all know Arsenal gets the final league anyway, so they can have the final.
Right, I have to
Chelsea will
pray
wanna win
for
it.
Liverpool
No,
win.
no.
Otherwise, this man next to me will not let me hear the end of it for the next year. Right, Steve. Arsenal versus Liverpool, second leg. What are we saying?
I'd like to say we'd win. My heart says 1-0 Arsenal.
What does your mind say?
2-0 Liverpool.
So, what do you want me to put? What your heart says or what your mind says?
I always go in my head, unless it's Tottenham. So 2-0.
Some 2-0 Liverpool. Brad, what are we saying?
It's who's going to be. The thing is, if Arsenal make it to the final, you've just got that feeling that Chelsea will just go out there and it'll be a clean sweep in the final, and nobody who'll be watching it will go for it anyway. And if Liverpool go for it, they'll suddenly magically win it and be, we call Arsenal called themselves the Invincibles, or Liverpool the Insufferables. So for the fact that I won't give a rat's ass about the final no matter which one of them makes it, and just so Steve can know what a final's like to be in and competing, I'm going Arsenal 2-0. I mean, if you're going to give it the big I am against Leicester's B team and then not beat Arsenal when they've got 10 men and Granit Xhaka off the pitch, you don't deserve to make the final. So, yeah, Arsenal 2-0. An early prediction is if it's Arsenal-Chelsea in the final, Chelsea steamroll it 3-0.
4,000.
I didn't realise I would be going on for this long.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone here that thought that was going to be on here this long without many debates and arguments and insults towards each other.
It's alright, man. It's been good.
Yeah, it's been fun.
No, Arsenal versus Liverpool, second leg in the Carling Cup. What are we saying?
Carabao. 1-0 to Arsenal.
1-0 to the. I need to chat to all of you off stream before we go, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So,
Reese, what are we saying? Bin Dippers versus the Scott.
Sorry, I'm just exhausted. Arsenal on penalties.
nice. All right, someone braved the penalty.
We'll see if Saka scores one.
Oh, God, poor kid. That one fell on him. I'll never forget Southgate for that.
Are we all done with prediction of scores? Is that it?
I just have to give my one. You just have, and then we're gonna wrap it up. I'm going to say 2-1 Liverpool after extra time. Right, so that's it for episode 3 of the Football for Thought podcast. Before we end, everyone shout out their socials. Steve, where can they find you?
You can find me on S. Put on mute. If you put on mute, then can do socials. If you put it on mute, because you do the socials, because otherwise I can't hear.
Sorry?
Do you want to put it on mute? Because of the echo. Yeah. You can find me on SVD TV as usual. DM me at SVD if you want to be on the show. But yeah, we do Arsenal and football content. The F1 content will be moving to its new channel at the beginning of February. Well, beginning of March, the content moving. Beginning of February will be the launch of the channel, which is S Feetly F1. And you can follow that on its Twitter page, which is just literally S Feely there, and just put F1 on the end, and you can find it on Twitter and Instagram. But make sure you do that, and then we'll launch that at the beginning of February, and then put the content there in March. So yeah, thanks for having us on.
Niall, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at NiallKane91. You can find me on Instagram, Niall_Kane, and you can find me on Facebook at NiallKane.
Brad, where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitter. Mute yourself again, Nippon. Second. Nippon, mute yourself. There you go. Yeah, just find me on Twitter. I do streaming all over the place, pretty much. From two predominant places, you'll find me if you're a Leicester fan, or on Leicester Till I Die. And Rich's Sports, just for general chit chat. But I'm pretty much all over the place if I'm available. So if you follow me at Full Time Focus, that's my Twitter handle. You'll know where I am and what shows I'm on.
Reese, where can they find you?
Right there. Devil's Rising on Twitter.
And all my socials are in the ticker box below. So we have gone for almost 4 hours. Please remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, and turn on the bell notifications if you haven't already. I will try and make these much more less much. I'll try and make these shorter.
We passed
from
4
now
hours.
on. Yeah. So yeah, with that being said, yeah, you can find me on all these socials below. And with that being said, you have all been a wonderful audience. And this is Nippon Sharma signing off. Take care of yourselves. And I shall see you in the next video.
Stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
It's a longer exit than Brighton out of Brexit.